Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the biannual EEA introductory seminar. We at EFTA are very proud to be able to give you hands-on information on the European Economic Area, the Agreement on the European Economic Area, the EEA Agreement. It's a huge part of our work at EFTA and in our sister organizations. And today you will get a lot of information on how it works. You will know about our sister organizations and the parliamentary committee and the advisory bodies and many other aspects of the EEA. So I would like to start by giving the floor to Geneva, where our Secretary General is located. So please, the floor is yours, Henri Jetta.
Thank you, Don Finur, and welcome to our guests. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this seminar on the European Economic Area, the EEA. As Don Finur just said, I'm talking to you from Geneva, where EFTA is headquartered, since COVID prevents me from being in Brussels on a regular basis. I'd like to, but I guess we all essentially behind our screen, so that doesn't really matter. So today you'll get the opportunity to receive an overall introduction to the remarkable agreement on the EEA from some of our most knowledgeable colleagues at the EFTA Secretariat, but also from what we like to call our sister organizations, the EFTA Court and the surveillance authorities, and from our counterparts on the EU side. But before we go into the EEA, let me tell you some words about the European Free Trade Association, EFTA. As I mentioned, EFTA just celebrated its 60th anniversary. The association was founded in 1960 with the signing of the Stockholm Convention and was meant at the time as an alternative to the newly established European Economic Community. At the outset, EFTA included 7 member states: Austria, Denmark, Norway, Portugal, Sweden, Switzerland, and the UK. The objectives of the 7 founding members were to establish a free trade area between each other and to contribute thereby to a broader European economic development and integration. It's interesting to note that the basic economic aim of the EFTA Convention was the same as that of the Treaty of Rome, namely to create a market free of unnecessary barriers to trade. However, it was based on the traditional principle of intergovernmental cooperation and thereby differing from the Treaty of Rome. Throughout these 60 years, EFTA has gone through several changes. One of the most noticeable changes is the fluctuation in member states. EFTA initially served as a framework for trade relations among its members. It quickly evolved into a platform for EFTA members' relations with the EU, culminating with the launch of the EEA Agreement in 1994. And last but not least, EFTA became the common platform for its members for their free trade relations outside Europe. This is the historic setup of EFTA, but looking ahead, challenges remain. As Europe is tackling the challenges of climate change, the digital revolution, social protection in an open market environment, sustainability at large, establishing new trade relations with the UK, facing a growing trade nationalism at global level, and last but not least, the COVID-19 pandemic, so do the EFTA states. In these turbulent circumstances, we at EFTA are convinced that EFTA membership has a great importance to its 4 member states, as they need to build alliances and participate in international cooperation. EFTA ministers paid tribute to the importance of EFTA membership when the association celebrated its 60th anniversary last year. Video statements from the ministries are available on the EFTA website and the EFTA YouTube channel and will be played at this seminar later today. Today, EFTA is promoting economic integration and free trade between its members in Europe and globally. Correspondingly, we at EFTA have 3 main fields of activity. First, the regulation of economic relations among the EFTA members. Secondly, the development and management of EFTA's worldwide network of free trade agreements. Today we have 29 free trade agreements covering 40 countries and territories worldwide, and one of the largest free trade network in the world. And then last but not least, the management of the EEA Agreement, which extends the EU internal market to 3 of our member states, Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway. As you may know, Switzerland, the 4th EFTA member, does not participate in the EEA, but has a number of agreements with the EU that regulate their bilateral cooperation. With the EEA, the 3 EEA EFTA countries have managed to secure a fantastic device to ensure a stable and favorable contribution to European integration for the benefit both of our people and companies and of our EU partners. EEA EFTA countries' commitments to European integration and to European values is to some extent stronger than in some of the EU members. The credibility of the EEA is high, and that helps us when reaching out to and establishing working relation with the new leadership in the European institutions. In addition to ensuring the 4 freedoms, the agreement provides for extensive cooperation, including the participation of Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway in EU programs and agencies, as well as parliamentary cooperation and cooperation between economic and social partners. Through their participation in EU committees and expert groups, the 3 EFTA states contribute to the elaboration of future EEA-relevant EU legislation and programs. This will all be explained in more detail during today's seminar. The EEA is also a demonstration of solidarity among the countries of Europe to overcome social and economic challenges. The so-called EEA and Norway grants have made a lasting contribution to reducing social and economic disparities in Europe and supporting a free and vibrant civil society, which is beneficial for the whole EEA. With the perspective of numerous close European neighbors emerging around the EU, the EEA proves to be today the most advanced system that works to the satisfaction of both sides. And hence, it has become the benchmark for the future relation of the EU with these countries. As Europe is shaping its relations with neighboring countries, a number of parallel models of close relationships with the EU is emerging. This will be a game changer for us. In anticipation of these developments, it is therefore of paramount importance that the EEA remains the gold standard for these relations. This is why the good functioning of the EEA agreement is of utmost importance for our office. And today you will learn how this is being fostered on different levels and by various institutions. For over a quarter of a century, Europe and the world have undergone profound evolutions. The positive spirit of cooperation in the EEA has allowed for adaptations and pragmatic solutions to adapt to these changes. As we witnessed 4 revisions of EU treaties and 4 rounds of EU enlargements in the last 2.5 decades, the agreement has proven remarkably robust and capable of adapting to new realities. Looking back at 27 years of the EEA, we're proud of the achievement that the EEA agreement has brought to our citizens. And looking into the future, we're committed to building a safer and more prosperous Europe for future generations. But the well-functioning of our common internal market demands continuous efforts from all parties to the EEA agreements. We are therefore thankful for your interest in the EEA today. During today's seminar, you will get first-hand information on the EEA from some of our key personnel at the EFTA Secretariat, as well as from the most relevant organizations that play a role in the well-functioning of the system. You will enjoy a special presentation by the Icelandic ambassador to the EU, who is currently chairing the EFTA Standing Committee, as well as our counterpart on the EU side, the European External Action Service. Wish you a great seminar and encourage you to take part actively in the discussion throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Henri. My name is Þorfinnur Ómarsson. I'm the head of communications at the EFTA Secretariat, and I'll be your host during the day. And we have quite an extensive program, as Henri mentioned briefly. let's take a look at how the program is set up. And I hope I can share my screen here. We will have an introduction to the EEA by the Deputy Secretary General, Hege Marie Hof. And then Britt Helle, the Director of Internal Market Division, will go a little deeper into the functioning of the EEA Agreement and how it works at the EFTA Secretariat. We will break at 10:30 and come back at 10:45 with the Icelandic ambassador, like Henri mentioned. And then right after his intervention as the chair of the Standing Committee, we will have Angelina Eichhorst, the Managing Director for Europe and Central Asia at the European External Action Service. And then before lunch, we will have a couple of presentations from in-house colleagues. Finnur Þór Birgisson, the head of legal coordination, will show you how EU law becomes EEA law. And then Kjell Leifsson, the team coordinator for translation and publication, will introduce how we publish EEA and information sources. Then we will have a short lunch break, and in the afternoon we will start with the EFTA advisory bodies, which consists of the parliamentarians, social partners, and local and regional representations. And then we will have our sister organizations, as we call them. We will have from the Financial Mechanism Office, Árni Páll Árnason, the Deputy Director. He will go through how the EEA and Norway grants reduce disparities and strengthen cooperation in the EEA. And then we go into two fundamental organizations on the two-pillar system, as we call it. It's the surveillance at the EFTA Surveillance Authority. There we will have Jarle Hedland, the head of communications, and this will be followed with Birgir Búason at the EFTA court, which is in Luxembourg, and how EEA law is interpreted. And we will also have a presentation from Luxembourg from our colleague Volker Teupe, the director of EFTA Statistical Office. So a lot of information. I hope it's not too much for you. But please, throughout the day, use the chat box, the Q&A box, and throw in questions. We will specifically have questions before we break at 10:30. But please, along the way, write your questions, and we will do our best to reply to you as we go. But now I want to introduce the head of the Brussels office, the Deputy Secretary General, Hege Marie Hof, please.
Thank you, Torfinnur, and good morning, dear participants. Let me greet you very warmly to this seminar. I think it's great that so many of you are able to join us here today. I will give you a general introduction into the EEA agreement, the scope of the EEA agreement, the main principles, and also the institutional system that has been set up under the EEA agreement. Many of my colleagues will go more deeply into these different topics later on today, and you will find that we will have some repetition, but I think that can be very useful and a good thing as well. So but since we are hosting the seminar, let me start off by introducing you to the EFTA Secretariat here in Brussels. And here you see a picture of our new fantastic building where we will move in March, together with our two sister organizations, the EFTA Surveillance Authority and the Financial Mechanism Office. And when times get back to normal, I hope that many of you will be able to visit us here, and maybe some of you even come and work with us. You never know. In the Secretariat, we are some 65 staff members, and our core responsibility is to assist the 3 EEA EFTA states in their work related to the EEA agreement, what we call the EEA process. That means the whole process that starts with when the EU has proposed new legislation and all the steps until this legislation has been incorporated into the EEA agreement. And what you will realize throughout the day is that it takes quite a big machinery to have this process going according to plan and according to the intentions of the EEA agreement. And Britt, my colleague who comes after me, she will tell you a lot more about this process. Then we have an important role to coordinate the work between the 3 EFTA states and also to coordinate between the EFTA side and the EU side. And our main counterpart there is the External Action Service. And as you have heard, we are very fortunate to have Angelina Eichhorst from the EEAS to give the EU's perspective on our EEA cooperation. Also, the third pillar of our main responsibilities is that we are secretaries to the EEA advisory bodies, the committees consisting of parliamentarians and the social partners. And my colleague Christoph, he will let you into the role and functions of those bodies later on. So this was us in brief. Let's move over to the EEA agreement. What is the EEA agreement? Well, as you have heard, it is an agreement that has been entered into between the 3 EEA EFTA states, Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway, and the 27 EU member states. And the purpose of the agreement is to establish a European economic area based on common rules and equal conditions of competition. In other words, this means that it extends the EU's internal market to the 3 participating EFTA states. A core principle of the EEA agreement is that it is dynamic. That means that all relevant EU legislation is continuously incorporated into the EEA agreement, and we have a specific institutional setup to make that come true. Another core principle of the EEA agreement is that it is homogeneous. This means that the rules cannot only be the same on paper, the rules need to be applied and enforced in the same manner as well. So that is why we have a setup for surveillance and judicial litigation. That is the EFTA Surveillance Authority and the EFTA Court. So those were that was the objective and the core principles of the agreement. What is the content of the agreement? Well, at the core of the agreement, we have the 4 freedoms, and that is, of course, also the core of the internal market, which means that there must be no unlawful restrictions on the free movement of goods, services, capital, and persons. And to safeguard equal conditions for competition, our member states need to apply the same rule when they grant state aid, also in the procedures of public procurement. And we have the competition rules that shall make sure that the companies do not enter into any agreements or behavior that restrict competition. Also, through the EEA agreement, the parties cooperate in other important EU policies, such as within the environment and consumer protection. The agreement also forms the basis for our program participation, and I'm sure there are many of you here today who have benefited from being an Erasmus Plus student, or maybe you have heard about the extensive program participation on innovation and research. Britt will let you know more about this later on today. And also through the EEA agreement, as you have heard, the EFTA states contribute quite substantively to the reduction of economical and social differences in Europe. And our colleague from the Financial Mechanism Office, he will join us later today to talk about this. So then you realize that the EEA agreement has a really broad scope. However, to compare, you will see that there are several important EU policies that are not covered by the EEA agreement, such as common trade policy, the customs union, and the common agriculture and fisheries policy. However, even though we do not take part in the agriculture and fisheries policy, so the EU, it's worthwhile to note that the EEA agreement also covers EU food safety legislation and also veterinary legislation. And this, in fact, forms the biggest bulk of legislation that has been taken into the EEA agreement. And the taking over of veterinary rules has meant a lot, of course, for the smooth export of fisheries and seafood from Norway, which does not have to undergo any veterinary border checks on its way through Europe. We will now, we have now looked at the substance, the material scope of the EEA agreement. We will now turn to the institutional setup of the agreement. But before we look at the actual setup, I think it is good to note that the EU cooperation and EFTA cooperation are built on two different models of cooperation. First, the EU model is based on supranationality. We have transfer of competence and sovereignty, whereas EFTA is based on a traditional intergovernmental cooperation where we have no transfer of competence or no common EFTA policies. In the EU model, you will find that there are institutions with defined roles in the decision-making process, whereas in the EFTA model, decisions are taken by consensus between the governments. And also, an important concern in the EU cooperation is to preserve the decision-making autonomy of the EU, whereas an important concern in the EFTA model has been to preserve the sovereignty of the EFTA states. So, in order to reconcile these two models of cooperation and also fulfill all the objectives and principles of the EEA agreement, we have this institutional setup and in the EEA agreement. This is what we commonly refer to as the two-pillar structure. The name reflects the fact that EEA cooperation takes place in two different pillars. We have the EFTA pillar with its institution on one side and the EU pillar with its institution on the other side. And then we have the establishment of certain common bodies between the EFTA states and the EU in the middle here. I know that this slide and the structure can look quite overwhelming, and I will not go into very much into detail, but I think it's worth to note that this institutional setup, it's quite sophisticated and also unique in an international agreement. Just to have a brief look at the model, the highest governing body of our EEA cooperation is the EEA Council. This body meets twice a year to discuss on political level. It would be the foreign ministers from the EEA EFTA states to attend, and the EU side is represented by the presidency and the External Action Service. And they would discuss political matters of common interest, and also, to discuss the evaluation of the EEA cooperation. For the running of the EEA agreement, the most important joint body is the EEA committee, because here is where the two sides meet to agree on incorporating new EU legislation into the EEA agreement. And this body meets around 8 times a year, and they make decisions by consensus. And I think Britt will mention a little bit more about the how many decisions about the work of the joint committee, and how many decisions we take from one year to another. The highest governing body on the EFTA side is the EFTA Standing Committee. And this is where the EFTA states meet to discuss and agree on common position before they meet in the joint committee. And as you have heard, the Icelandic ambassador to the EU, who is also the chair of the Standing Committee, he will tell you more about the work of the Standing Committee later on. And what you will realize, but what you do not see from this slide, is that before a matter is ready to be adopted or agreed upon in the Standing Committee, a lot of work has taken place on expert level through expert group and working groups and subcommittees, and Britt will tell you more about that. So this is the structure which fulfills the principle of a dynamic agreement. Then I told you that another important principle is homogeneity, to make sure that the rules are applied and enforced in the same manner throughout the whole EEA. And there we come to the EFTA Surveillance Authority, who has a very important role in making sure that the EFTA states in fact implement their obligations under the EEA agreement. And ESA has the same competence when it comes to the EEA agreement as the European Commission would have towards the the EU member states. And then we have the EFTA Court, which is of course a very important body for judicial litigation. So these two bodies safeguard the homogeneity of the cooperation. And I will not go more into this here because we will have representatives from these two institutions later on today. And then you will see, as you have heard before, the Parliamentary Committee and the Consultative Committee. And also we have more recently set up a forum for local and regional authorities. And as the Secretary General also touched upon in his introduction, the main part of the EEA agreement and this institutional structure has remained the same ever since the entry into force of the agreement, whereas EU cooperation has changed and expanded quite significantly since the entry into force of the EEA agreement, and we see new forms of cooperation and new competencies. And here I'm in particular thinking about all the agencies that have and authorities that have been set up under different sectors that also fall within the internal market, such as financial services, food safety, railways, aviation, and I can mention a lot of sectors. And of course, we need to safeguard the EEA EFTA states' participation in that. And the EEA agreement, it doesn't give really a recipe on how to secure this participation, because we weren't really aware of this development when we negotiated the agreement. But what we are very pleased to say, even though it has been challenging and sometimes taken time, we have always found a solution to safeguard our incorporation also in this cooperation. And that is why you often hear that we say that the EEA agreement is both flexible and robust. I would like to finish my little introduction by showing a film clip from when EU heads of state and our 3 prime ministers met nearly a couple of years ago now to mark the 25th anniversary of the EEA agreement. I think this, in a very nice way, illustrates both the magnitude and importance of the EEA agreement, and also the commitment that all parties share to this cooperation. And with this, I would also like to thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Hege. This was a great event we had in the spring of, what was it, 2019. You can find pictures on our website and videos on our YouTube channel from this event. Next up is our colleague, the Director of the Internal Market Division, Britt Helle. She will go a little deeper into how the Secretariat actually functions in terms of incorporating EEA law. So please, Britt.
Thank you, Torfinnur. I hope I'm on top of the technology here. Can you see me?
Yes, we do.
Yes. Yes. And then I also hope that I'm sharing my presentation. Here it is. Yes, good morning to everyone. We have a record number of registered attendants, so that's quite impressive. And of course, from our home offices, as I guess you are all. So this is the title of my presentation, Functioning of the EEA and the Role of the EFTA Secretariat. I think Hege referred to the big machinery that actually is sort of running behind the scene in order to ensure that the agreement is working. Well, that is what I'm going to tell you more about. Just to start off, yeah, maybe I should just say a little bit about myself. So I am the director of one of the substance divisions of the EFTA Secretariat in Brussels. And I've been working with the EEA for the last 15 years in various roles. So this is my favorite theme. Our work, we divide it into 2 strands. It's about decision shaping and decision making. So decision shaping is what the agreement allows us to do It's about influencing EU legislation before it's adopted on the EU side and it becomes a piece to incorporate into the agreement. This is an area where we always want to do more, but it is a challenging task and it's competing with the work we need to do on the decision making. The decision making is what we do after an EEA relevant EU legislative act has been adopted on the EU side. Hege has already told you quite a bit about this, and these are some guidelines. Now I would like to recap it all with a little video that we have made. And now I hope I managed to actually do this right so that you will also get the sound.
The European Economic Area, the EEA, brings together the European Union and Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway in the internal market. The EEA Agreement is dynamic and continuously updated to ensure common rules for the free movement of goods, capital, services and people across the EEA. How does EU law take effect in the three EFTA states, Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway? Experts from the three EFTA states contribute to shaping EU legislation before it is adopted by the EU. For instance, they participate in meetings of EU expert groups and committees. They also submit common positions to the EU institutions. When the EU adopts an act, the three EFTA states assess its relevance for the EEA and then request the EFTA Secretariat to draft a decision to incorporate it into the agreement. In this decision, the EU Act may need to be adjusted to fit the EEA Agreement, for example, to ensure EFTA participation in an EU agency. Other adjustments reflect specific The European Economic Area, the EEA, brings together the European Union and Iceland to draft a decision to incorporate it into the agreement. In this decision, the EU Act may need to be adjusted to fit the EEA Agreement, for example, to ensure EFTA participation in an EU agency. Other adjustments reflect specific
I'm sorry about this. There seems to be a bug in the middle here.
The European
I'm sorry about this. Actually, I think there is a bug in the download of the film on my slide. But anyway,
we can play the video right after your presentation from our YouTube channel.
Yeah, okay. But in any case, I think you will get this repeated many times. And for your information, if you're interested in this video and also other explanations, of course, our website is a very good place to go. And this video and the explanation of the whole procedure is available under what we call the EEA web tool. So maybe that's a way to get you to visit our website. So now talking a bit more about decision shaping. This is actually sort of using the scope of the EEA agreement in order to influence EU legislation before it is adopted. Of course, our possibilities of doing this are limited, but they still are there, and particularly before the Commission actually approves its proposal for legislation, and when the piece of legislation then goes into the sort of co-decision legislative procedure of the EU between the Council and the European Parliament. Through the agreement, our experts, the EEA EFTA experts from our member states, they are invited to participate in sort of relevant Commission expert group and committees. This is something which entails big activity in normal times when sort of outside of COVID. Then the flights from Oslo and from Reykjavik are full of experts going to Brussels in order to participate in such meetings. Now this goes on over video as we all work. The important part maybe to note here is that, of course, our experts do not have the right to vote in these committees, and that is something which is underlined by some for various reasons. But the important part here is that as long as experts come with expertise within fields that are in sort of where our countries are in the forefront, then our experience is that we are listened to. So with a targeted and well-prepared sort of input and work, then this is definitely a place where we do have influence. In our working groups, which I will come back to, then the experts and the Secretariat assess relevant EU proposals when they're an initiative and when they go further in the process. And then there is a process of early identification of challenges, both of substance and regarding necessary provisions to allow for our participation. And we will then come with feedback to the EU side if we see that there are parts of the legislation that doesn't fit our structure and that will actually cause problems for us and then delays at a later stage. We have the possibility of submitting EFTA comments to the EU side. These are position papers, and it would be sort of the common position of the 3 EEA EFTA states regarding a certain piece of legislation which is in process. These comments can be political, they can be procedural, they can be statement of support, or they could be sort of statement of objection, or maybe say, hey, please don't legislate in this area. Of course, whether we're heard or not will depend on if there are other countries that agree with us. But of course, when it comes to the provisions that allow the EEA to function so that our participation can actually happen through the provisions and the text and the legislation, then this is something where we have very good experience, and it's very important that we do actually have such close scrutiny and that we voice our concerns when we see them. I would also like to mention quite a number of seconded national experts from our member states that work in the Commission as other seconded national experts from other EU member states. Some of these national experts are placed there through our program participation, which I will come back to. Others are based on bilateral agreements between the Commission and either Norway or Iceland, and they work within different areas. Of course, when seconded national experts work in the Commission, they work for the Commission, but they take along with them knowledge about our member states, about the EEA Agreement, and they can, of course, then supply the EU institutions with knowledge about us. And that is actually one of our biggest challenges, is to keep the knowledge of the EEA Agreement known, what it entails, what rights it gives us, and which obligations it also gives to the EU side. So the seconded national experts, they are sort of vehicles, ambassadors for this work, or that's at least what we hope they do. And then we should also mention that there's a lot of contact and dialogue going on also with the European Council and the Parliament. This work is being done by the EFTA Secretariat, but most of all maybe by our missions, and that's the sort of, yes, not permanent representations, but we call them missions for our 3 member states. And the councillors at the missions, they do a lot of sort of work promoting our interests within the whole sort of EU environment. The decision making, the legal process of this, which is also what you should have seen in this video, will be there will be details about this from our head of legal coordination later in the program. So I will just mention some numbers, because I think the volume of ACT is actually quite descriptive of what we do. At the signing of the agreement, there were around 2,000 acts, or 1,875 to be exact, which were already EEA or internal market relevant and that we incorporated when signing the agreement. Since then, we have incorporated more or less 12,000 acts, That's by the normal procedure, by a decision of the EEA Joint Committee. There are also an additional 1,500, which are acts within the food and veterinary area, which are particularly urgent and that needs to be applied immediately, and they are incorporated through something we call the simplified procedure. So if we add all this up, we're at 13,500 acts, more or less. As the EU is continuously renewing itself, many of the acts are disapplied when new acts come in. So in force today in the agreement is more or less 6,000 acts. I think when we talk about volumes, an important part of what the Secretariat do today is to try to establish actually case handling systems, databases, good reporting tools for the member states in order to keep track of all this legislation. And also the publication of them so that the legal certainty in the member states of the EEA is at all times ensured. So I think the volume of this shows you that the work it entails is quite substantial. This is the slide showing the structure under the Standing Committee. As Hege showed in her slide on the two-pillar system, the Standing Committee is an institution in itself on the EFTA side of the two-pillar system. You might have noticed that there is no notion of the EFTA Secretariat, while, for example, the EFTA Court and the EFTA Surveillance Authority are put in there as separate institutions and elements of the system. So the Secretariat actually supports the Standing Committee. The Secretariat does not have a mandate of its own, apart from facilitating this work. There will be other presentations going into the work of the Standing Committee and also of the sort of political parts of the system. I will focus on what was referred to as the machinery, or maybe the machine room. That's actually what the work of the Internal Market Division sometimes is called. This is where the substance work is being facilitated and processed. That means that here you see there are more or less 30 working groups that are listed under the 4 subcommittees dealing with the 4 freedoms and also the flanking and horizontal policies. So you have one area of the free movement of goods, another one on services and capital, and a third one for free movement of persons. And then there's a 4th area of the flanking and horizontal policies, which are mostly then the areas where there is an obligation for increased cooperation to enhance the internal market. In the Internal Market Division, we are 22 staff members. There are 13 officers, a mix of policy and legal officers, that actually are secretaries to these working and expert groups. How we divide the work between us, so how many working groups each officer will have, will actually depend on the workload, which again depends on what the EU side is producing. So it's the constant matter of focus for me as a leader of the division to allocate resources, our human resources, within this sort of list of working groups, so that we can actually address the most important issues and do our work. The working groups consist of representatives from the EFTA countries' ministries. So it will be representatives from capitals that come normally to Brussels and meet in this sort of EFTA working group setting. The officers of the Secretariat are secretaries to the group. So there's a chairmanship, which is rotating between the member states. The meetings, it varies how often the groups meet. That will also depend on the volume of legislation they have to deal with. It could be from 2 to 3 times a year to more often, 6, 8. In normal times, there would be these big meetings, and then actually work goes on in capitals in between. Now during COVID, we have seen that by the use of video meetings, we have many more sort of ad hoc meetings of the working group where they will maybe only meet partially to address specific files within the scope of the group. Yeah, I don't think I will go more into detail about this. When you look at the subcommittee level, that's another sort of meeting structure, which is actually the foreign ministries that meet 1 week before the standing committee meets. The foreign ministries of the EEA EFTA states, they have a coordinating role with regard to the EEA work in each member state. So these subcommittees are traditionally sort of a clearing committee in a way for the decisions to be taken by the standing committee. But it's also a place where matters are discussed with the EU side in a formal way, where we discuss progress, where we sort of keep each other updated about what's coming and what's going on. And if there are matters that cannot be solved on working group level, they are raised to the subcommittees. And the subcommittees, when they meet, they will always have a formal meeting with the EU side, with the EAS, with whom we have a very close and good cooperation. So this is very much a partnership, because our common goal is to get to sort of incorporation in the standing committee. I should also mention that there's a 5th subcommittee, which is not dealt with by my division, but with the EFTA coordination division, and which is then on legal and institutional matters. So this is the sort of legal experts of our member states that come together and discuss horizontal matters. But this is something you will hear more about in a later presentation. So this is a new slide. We do actually think a little bit between each seminar, or at least that's what I've done today. And I've been so daring to call it the EEA Incorporation Challenge. And this is very much linked to what Hege already informed you of, that the main aim of the agreement is that it's dynamic and there's an aim of homogeneity. And of course, the aim of homogeneity is about substance, that we want to have the same rule applied in the EU as in the EEA EFTA states, but it's also about the timing of the legislation being sort of enforced in the member states. So on our side, to achieve this homogeneity, it requires speedy incorporation. And sort of my life as a reporting on what we are doing is very much about numbers and how quickly we can do this. And then it is so that in the agreement, there's an inherent delay, because our incorporation process doesn't start formally before the EU side has adopted an EU legislative act. And then it takes time to get it through the system, because we need consultation rounds, the member states need to assess the legislation, there's no direct effect, there needs to be a decision to do so. So in any case, let's say this takes time. In normal circumstances, it's always a bit dangerous to give any specific deadline, but let's say 4 months is what it normally would take. Then we get into delays, additional delays, because of several reasons. And I would say, without having sort of hard facts to support this, but this is definitely our perception, is that there's an increased complexity of EU acts to incorporate. This is one of the reasons for this, is compared to the beginning of the agreement, is that the scope of how to say, previously at the signing of the agreement, the internal market was very well defined. It was very easy to see whether an act was EEA relevant, if it was sort of internal market legislation, or something else which was not EEA relevant. Today, there's no clear separation any longer of the EU legislation. There's often a mix of internal market and other aims that the EU tries to achieve, or aims to achieve, with the legislation. So the complexity lies in actually defining what is EEA relevant. It might be partly EEA relevant, for example, and this requires then adaptations and so on, which you will hear more about. Also, Hege mentioned them, there are new powers given to EU authorities in the EU system. The very sort of recent and clear example are the financial supervisory authorities that were established after the financial crisis, which then actually were given powers that the Commission had previously, and also powers that were actually applicable directly to market players. This had to fit into the EEA two-pillar system because, as you know, there is no transfer of power to the EU side. So we had to sort of find out how can we actually fit this into the EFTA pillar. That took some time. And then as that took time, then there were acts piling up, which actually could not be incorporated. And we had a huge delay and what we've called a backlog of acts to actually absorb. And it's only recently that we managed to absorb the effect of this, 10 years after the financial crisis. It seems also like the EU legislates more with regulations than previously, and these regulations, they have very short implementation deadlines. So of course, if an act is adopted on the EU side, with it should be implemented or should be enforced in EU member states, let's say the month after, well then we're sort of late by default. And the more of these acts with a very sort of quick and short implementation deadline, well then we are always late. And then the increased volume of acts within certain areas, then again financial services is a good example. It requires increased resources both in our capitals, in the Secretariat, and also on the EU side dealing with the EEA Agreement. And this is also always something, it has to be established, people have to be trained, we have to sort of have some foresight as to for how long the situation will actually be valid in order to put in place the necessary systems. So this takes time. All this, which then I've called the incorporation challenge, creates what we unfortunately have been dealing with for some time, which is a backlog. So our aim is to keep this backlog of delayed acts at a minimum. I'm an economist by training, so I love graphs. I have many colleagues that hate graphs, but I just want to show you this. This is the development of actually the backlog over time from 2013 until 2020. So the red line is actually the number of delayed acts. So as you see, it's pretty steady actually, sort of up and down. We always have the hope that we will be able to get the backlog down to the level where we really can feel comfortable with it. Maybe 2021 will be the year. The columns in green and blue, actually the green is the sort of acts coming into the system, the acts that have been adopted on the EU side, and we have defined them as EEA relevant. And then the blue column is the acts that have been incorporated or for some reason excluded from the process because they should not be incorporated. So as you see, when we have a higher blue column than green, then the backlog decreases, and when it's the other way around, then the backlog goes up. Now I'm looking at my watch here. Okay, I had said that I didn't need more than 20 minutes, and now I'm already over time. So what do I do, Torfinnur?
You complete, of course, you complete the...
I can continue, okay, I'll be a bit quick. So now I've told you about the sort of general challenge. Then in addition, I would say since actually the referendum of the UK in 2016, right? There has been sort of additional stuff that we have dealt with. I'm not going into detail. When it came to Brexit, of course, the questions have been, will there be a deal? Will there be a no deal? When is it going to happen? And sort of what happens to our agreement? That has been a continuous discussion with us for many. When it came very close to the deal, no deal scenario, we had to prepare for this situation. So, and then of course, this is not about the political context. It's as long as the EU actually made legislation to deal with the no deal scenario, we had to incorporate this into our agreement. And as you know, this was always done last minute because we were always hoping for sort of new development. So we have been busy. Every time there has been sort of a no deal possibility, there has been intense work to make sure that the two systems are similar. COVID-19 has been a new such challenge, and I have a slide on it, so I won't go into detail here. And then I just mentioned the sort of future relation between the EFTA states and the UK, and that's not within the scope of the EEA work, but where we have expertise and we have been assisting our member states. And then the last sort of exceptional item of our work the last years has been the preparation for and participation in new EU programs that have been approved under the MFF, Multi-Annual Financial Framework, that starts now 2021. Yeah, I'm off time here. So of the COVID-19 measures, I'd just like to mention one specific example, or maybe the fact that we have had to actually go outside of the normal incorporation procedures through the standing committee in a meeting. And there has been then special urgent written procedures in order to incorporate very urgent acts. And one of these, just to as an example, is within transport, where there was a legislative act suspending airline slot requirements, which actually oblige airlines to use at least 80% of their allocated takeoff and landing slots in order to keep them the following year. That was a rule. So this had to be disapplied in order to help the air carriers to cope with the situation and also prevent the ghost flights, sort of empty flights operated only to comply with the rules and not to lose out on future rights. So as you can understand, this kind of legislation was extremely important to apply also in the EEA states at the same time as in the EU. And this required creativity when it comes into urgent incorporation. But once again, the EEA agreement showed itself to be flexible and up for the challenge. Then this is my last point. I have 2 slides. It's about the program participation. The program participation is then within the horizontal and flanking areas of the agreement. And this is something we choose to participate in. But when we do choose to participate, we have full participation rights. This is established in the agreement. And of course, since these are huge budgets, it's very important for our stakeholders. It's very important that these participation rights are well understood. When we do participate, we contribute financially through a sort of proportional, there's a percentage applied to the EU programs so that we add on to the programs. We do not use funds that should have been allocated to the EU member states. We actually put on an additional funding. And this we do on the same basis as the EU member states because it's a percentage established by sort of our proportional GDP. Now 2021 has started. There is a clear idea between the EFTA states to which programs they would like to participate in. There are 14 such new EU flagship programs. The most important ones have been before and will in the next period be research and innovation, education and culture. But there's also been expansion into programs such as Digital Europe, the Space Program and the EU Single Market Program. And just to give you an idea, in the last period, the EFTA states committed 3.2 billion euros, and in the coming period, the estimation is 4.6 billion. So this is big money, and of course very interesting and important cooperation for our member states with other EU partners. And then that was ended. So I should have kept my 30 minutes. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Britt. No problem. I put the video in the Q&A box, but we also have a question, and maybe Hege could put on her mic again. There's somebody asking, could you give an example of EU legislation which was clearly changed in the decision shaping process? it's not always very clear because, like Britt said, it's sometimes a combined effort by many countries. But if you can try to think of, and even when an EU law was never subsequently incorporated into the EEA agreement.
Maybe, can you hear me, Torfinnur?
I can, yes. And
yeah. Maybe I suppose the question relates to whether the EFTA states have had the possibility to influence during the decision-making process, and if we have any examples on that, that is maybe something that Britt could think about while I try to comment on the last questions, whether we have been able to influence EU legislation which has not been incorporated into the EEA agreement. And I take it that when the EU adopts new legislation, it would like to have it built on the best possible knowledge and experience available. And I should think that if they find that, for instance, this could be found in the EFTA member states, they will look for it there. And for instance, I seem to recall that when the EU adopted legislation on offshore security, they had a good look at the Norwegian system. But that is an act that has not been incorporated into the EEA agreement. So that's a comment from me on that part. And maybe Britt, would you like to say a little bit about our ability to influence EU legislation?
Of course, I'm very confident that we do that all the time. No, that's an exaggeration. But I think we have very good examples from the preparation of the program participation, the legislative act establishing the programs. Then, as I mentioned, in our influencing work, there are sort of political perspectives, but there's also sort of detailed legal work, just making sure that the legal texts actually have the necessary provisions for our participation. And for example, within the big programs in research and education, I can't give you the specific details, but there, for example, we discovered in the early stages that the clauses for participation of sort of other countries than the EU member states weren't worded in such a way that it sort of secured our participation rights. So here I believe that we, whether we managed to change the wording, or at least ensure that the understanding of the interpretation of the wording was the correct one before it was adopted, has been very helpful in ensuring our participation rights now, actually when the program is being launched. So in that area, for example, I think we were very successful. And for other examples, this it's something we would like to track. Actually, we make our comments, and we would like to see where actually we were heard. Of course, nobody knows who were heard. So if we have had the same position as other member states, if the EU side has found that these were good arguments based on substance and the general interest of the EU, then there are examples that we have been in line with the line that the EU side has taken. But it's very difficult to know whether our comment was the one that tipped the weight, or I don't know how to say it. So that's as good as it gets. Thanks.
Thank you, both of you. I think we have to break now because we were to break, and at 10:45 we want to resume. Give the floor to the Icelandic ambassador to the EU here in Brussels, and he's chairing the EFTA Standing Committee, and then Angelina Eichhorst from the EEAS right after him. But if you have time, you could play the video. I put the link in the Q&A box, but we will resume here at 10:45. Thank you. So welcome back to the EEA seminar. As mentioned earlier, we have Angelina Eichhorst from the European External Action Service. She's coming here with us at 11 o'clock. But first, we will give the floor to the Icelandic ambassador to the EU, Mr. Kristján Andri Stefánsson. He is chairing the EFTA Standing Committee. The three EEA EFTA states, they have a rotation of chairing the Standing Committee for 6 months, and this time it's Iceland. So, Kristján Andri, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Thorfinnur. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to be part of this seminar on the EEA. You have already received comprehensive briefings from the Secretary General, the Deputy Secretary General, and the Director of the Internal Market Division, I understand, and then it's my turn. I wish to use this opportunity to inform you about the work of the Standing Committee, which Iceland is indeed chairing this first half of the year, and to highlight some of the priorities and challenges we foresee. I will then take off my EEA EFTA hat and give you a perspective of my own country, Iceland, on the agreement. Now, the main task and in fact purpose of the Standing Committee of the three EEA EFTA states is to agree on the decisions we will adopt together with the European Union in the EEA Joint Committee. The three ambassadors of Liechtenstein, Norway and Iceland, with Switzerland and the EFTA Surveillance Authority as observers, meet about 8 times a year to discuss and agree on a common position that they will present in the meetings of the Joint Committee, which usually takes place the following day. Today, more than 11,000 legal acts have been incorporated into the EEA legal order, of which some 4,500 are no longer in force, which clearly illustrates the dynamic nature of the agreement. A key feature of the decision-making process in the EEA is that Liechtenstein, Iceland and Norway need to speak with one voice. This is normally not a challenge since we are all like-minded states. However, being three independent states, we need to make sure that we always find the common ground. And this we do because it is obviously required, but also because there is no denying that in our dealings with the 27 EU member states, unity is a source of strength. And in this way, we compensate for our lack in numbers through better cohesion. At our meetings, we receive and discuss information from the ongoing work of our 5 subcommittees and almost 30 working groups, which have just been presented to you. We also use the fora to exchange views and information about the broader relations with the EU at a political level. It's important to bear in mind that while the Standing Committee represents the pinnacle of the work we do among the EEA EFTA states, the most intensive and time-consuming part of the work is done outside and between the meetings of the committee. And as you have heard earlier, an enormous amount of work is done through the working groups and subcommittees with the excellent support of the Secretariat in the day-to-day management of the EEA agreement. And in many ways, therefore, the meetings of the committee can be likened to, well, only being the tip of an iceberg. While these meetings are quite formal, the importance of the informal contacts between our delegations, the Secretariat, colleagues in Capital, and with our EU counterparts in the EEAS, the Commission, the Presidency, and the Council should not be underestimated. It's also important for our 3 missions to have open discussions among ourselves about all outstanding issues, policy-related or practical, be they problems in the making or opportunities to further our cooperation in different fields. Now, let me turn to the priorities of the Icelandic chairmanship of the Standing Committee during the first half of the year. Our first priority will be to continue our close cooperation with the EU on the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. On the health front, the rollout of vaccines is, of course, very good news. And despite the delays, it brings much needed light at the end of the tunnel. And I would like to express our appreciation for the good cooperation with the EU on securing access to vaccines throughout the EEA. However, we are not sure yet how long the tunnel will be, so we need to remain vigilant and well coordinated. This means a lot of day-to-day cooperation for the functioning of our internal market, also on the economic front. And in this context, I would like to highlight the excellent way in which the EFTA Surveillance Authority and the European Commission have handled the need to align on state aid measures during the pandemic. And close cooperation means making sure that relevant COVID-19 legal acts are swiftly incorporated into the EEA agreement. We have worked hard over the last year with the excellent cooperation of the European External Action Service, and will need to keep doing so this year as well. Now, a second priority for our presidency, we will finalize preparations for the participation of the EEA EFTA states in relevant EU programs under the new multi-annual financial framework for the next 7 years, 2021 to 27, by 10th of July. Now, based on the EEA agreement, the EEA EFTA states contribute to and participate in many EU programs, such as Erasmus in the area of education and the research program Horizon. The common interest of EEA EFTA participation in EU programs is clear. Therefore, given the tight timetable we face, 10th of July is not that far away, the EEA EFTA side, with the able assistance of the Secretariat and the EU, that is the EEAS, the DD budget and other Commission services, we need to continue to work seamlessly together to reach this deadline. A third priority, beyond COVID-19 and urgent matters related to the MFF, we will focus on our core task, which is to ensure the timely incorporation of EU legal acts into the EEA agreement. Homogeneity is essential for the good functioning of the internal market, and that is why the swift incorporation of relevant EEA acquis into the agreement is necessary. We did very well in 2019 and incorporated into the agreement a record number of acts, over 700 of them. Last year was not as good, so this year we wish to turn the trend around again and work with our EU colleagues, EEAS in particular, to improve the situation. We aim at reducing, in particular, the relatively large number of acts outstanding in the fields of transport and financial services. At the same time, as we pursue our institutional and legal work, we will continue to give priority to what we call decision-shaping activities. This means scrutinizing EU legal acts at an early stage and presenting EEA EFTA comments where appropriate. One good example of such work is the EEA EFTA comment on the European Strategy for Sustainable and Smart Mobility that we recently submitted to the EU. In the coming months, we intend, among others, to continue focus on initiatives linked to the two Commission's flagships on the European Green Deal and the Europe Fit for the Digital Age. Now, during our chairmanship, we will also put emphasis on outreach activities to strengthen knowledge of the EEA. And in that context, I am pleased that we are organizing an online seminar on Icelandic innovative climate and energy solutions in the context of the European Green Deal on 9th of March. Finally, in this section, a word on the EEA financial mechanism, which you will hear about later this afternoon. Now that the current period, that is from 2014 to 2021, is coming to an end, we have agreed to review the need to address economic and social disparities in the EEA, as foreseen in the protocol on the financial mechanism of the EEA agreement. Now, let me change hats, so to speak, and share with you some Icelandic perspectives on the EEA agreement. The agreement is certainly the most significant economic agreement Iceland has entered into. It impacts the everyday life of my countrymen and is the home market for our businesses, accounting for around 72% of total exports. The agreement covers policy fields under the responsibility of basically all the line ministries. Such a far-reaching, comprehensive relationship, of course, necessitates coordination across our entire national administration and, of course, here in Brussels. Our mission to the EU is Iceland's largest diplomatic representation abroad, and we are soon to have representatives from all our ministries by the end of, before the end of this year. Our growing presence here in Brussels represents a determined effort by my government to reinforce and improve the management of the agreement and better safeguard and promote Iceland's interests. The key here is that we need to be experts at prioritizing early what is important for Iceland and get our views across when it matters to the right actors and at the right time. And two tools are instrumental in supporting us in this work. Those are the Icelandic EEA database, which is based on the excellent work of the Secretariat and the EEA LEX database, and an annual list of government priorities, which sets out what issues should be focused on. We are involved in commission committees and working groups at the early stage, but after that we are not in the Council or in the EU Parliament. So from that point of view, we have to work effectively vis-à-vis the EU machinery, build networks and coalitions of like-minded states, engage the EU Parliament and work closely with the EEAS and our EFTA partners. This is our core task in the mission in relation to the EEA. And the key aspect, naturally, is that the system that we are building up must also be sustainable for the future. Now, the EEA continues to enjoy strong support in Iceland on the side of our government and among the population. There is, of course, a whole generation of Icelanders with no recollection of life before the EEA and may believe therefore that freely moving and living and studying in an EEA EFTA, in an EEA state has always been a given. So consequently, there is a certain risk that the agreement will be taken for granted, and we must, of course, stay on our guard against complacency. In October 2019, the Foreign Minister commissioned a report on Iceland's membership in the EEA, the conclusion of which was overwhelmingly supportive of the agreement. EEA is advantageous and rewarding to Icelandic citizens as well as businesses and institutions. Although there are always bound to be challenges, whether it is upholding the two-pillar structure and finding common solutions to our participation in agencies, or being able to identify important legislation at the very beginning of the legislative process, it rests on us all to ensure the good functioning of the agreement. The EEA agreement has served us well. It is a stable and predictable framework of relations that brings us closer economically to the EU than any other partner country arrangement. We must continue working at it and never take it for granted. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Christian André. You have this nice image behind you. It fits us coming from Iceland. Yes, I think everybody sees the connection. So next up is, as we explained earlier, the standing committee and then meets with the EU side in the joint committee, which is one of the most important bodies of the EEA agreement. And we have with us Angelina Eichhorst. She is the Managing Director at the European External Action Service. Because of technicalities, we had to record her just before we started this seminar, but I hope that's okay. The message is still the same, so I give the floor to Angelina Eichhorst.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to share with you how we in the European Union view the economic era cooperation. I regret I'm not with you today, as we say, live on the screen. We had to pre-record this for technical reasons, but I'm very glad I can still address you. However, if you have any questions, anything you want to share with us at the External Action Service, afterwards, after this recording or after the day you are having today, then please let us know, because we are absolutely ready to engage also via other means, email, Twitter, social media, as you wish, to answer the questions you may have. The Economic Area Agreement, the EEA Agreement, the Economic European Agreement, is very special for us. And it's a very, very special relationship we are having with, as we sometimes call, like-minded neighbors of the EU. But I believe this is much more than being like-minded. This is really one family. The partnership is founded on a solid basis of our shared values of course, democracy, of rule of law, and you know how important that is these days, more than ever, of respect for fundamental rights, all at the heart of the European Union. In the circumstances where the EU is experiencing a lot of turbulence around us in different parts of the region, it's really truly all the more important that the EU can count on the EEA EFTA states as our closest friends, as I said, as one family in our proximity. This is indeed the deepest, the widest, and the most successful partnership the EU has with any country, we call third countries, I would say, anywhere in the world. The EEA is a true success story. We have said it many times. For a quarter of a century already, it has opened up new opportunities and means of cooperation for now 30 members. The EEA brings us together as equal partners in the internal market. The internal market, you know very well how important that is, giving access to our four freedoms, the freedom of movement, the freedom of goods, persons, the movement of goods, and persons, services, capital. All of this is crucial to make the internal market function. We deliver in many major areas of cooperation like research, technological development, environment, culture. The EEA has also contributed in the spirit of solidarity through the EEA and the Norway grants to market the reduction of social and economic disparities in the EEA and to the support of free and vibrant civil society and the justice sector. For the EU, the European Economic Era has also become a kind of a role model, if you like, and a point of reference for third countries wishing to participate in the single market of the European Union. The European Economic Era has stood the test of time. That's what we truly believe. It is more needed now than ever to address the new challenges in the face of COVID-19. We have jointly prioritized the health of our citizens and implemented measures to curb the spread of COVID-19. It's a huge challenge, but it's very important, notably, to ensure the seamless supply of the vital medical equipment and now also of the vaccines throughout the EEA. There have been close consultations and cooperation between the EU and the EEA EFTA states on the different measures to be taken. Again, it's a huge challenge, and it's only by working together that we can get there. We have a very close cooperation on the purchases of the vaccines for our citizens. The vaccine strategy of the European Union recognizes that it is essential that all EEA member states have access to a vaccine as early as possible, given the intertwined societies and economies we are together. We also have together a global responsibility towards all our partners in the world. That goes without saying. Our cooperation goes much beyond the EEA. It includes really cooperation on a global response. The EU will continue to work jointly with Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway on rebuilding our economies, on rebuilding our societies, based on the shared priorities. There is the European Green Deal, digitalization. Again, all of this we do from a global perspective together. In the area of defense, just last week, we have received a draft joint committee decision extending our cooperation in the area of defense research. This well illustrates our unity in addressing current global security challenges. Let me turn now to see the joint work in the EEA Joint Committee. The EEA Joint Committee meets 8 times per year, as you know, but I want to repeat it again. It plays a key role in ensuring that the relevant EU legislation is incorporated into the EEA Agreement and the same single market rules apply in all of the 30 EEA member states. On our side, on the European Union, the processing of the EEA relevant EU legal act. It involves a variety of different actors. Of course, we work with all the relevant Directorates General of the Commission and the Commission's legal service, on whose advice and expertise we very much rely on a daily basis. It's a work hand in hand with our dear colleagues in the Commission. And we at the European External Action Service, we coordinate the overall management of the agreement on the European Union side. For issues of particular importance, especially when substantial adaptations of EU acts are to be incorporated, when this is deemed necessary, we involve the European Union Council of Ministers and the respective bodies, the EFTA Working Party, with delegates from all the European Union member states, of course the COREPER, it's the decision-making body of EU member states ambassadors at ambassador level, and finally also the Council of Ministers itself that formally approves the position proposed for the EU side, and we have this 2 times a year with the ministers. Let me give you some examples of our successful cooperation. In December last year, we incorporated the 4 energy network codes, which shall facilitate the harmonization, the integration, and the efficiency of the European electricity market. This should help us in achieving our energy objectives of at least 40%, 40% cut in the greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990, compared to 20 years ago. At least 32% share of renewable energy consumption. At least 32.5% energy savings compared with the business as usual scenario. These are huge savings. We have also swiftly incorporated a package of important COVID-related legislation via a series of what we call fast-track written procedures into the agreement. So really fast-tracking the decisions there and the incorporation of the package. Let me mention that, for example, the act which was adopted in August last year, it introduced a temporary COVID-19 related provisions allowing EEA states to grant state aid to undertakings in difficulty under the general block exemption regulation. And this act is in fact a very good example of how we rapidly reacted to ensure the simultaneous entry into force and have a level, as we call a level playing field in the EEA. Only last Friday, 5th of February, we incorporated a record-breaking set of 170 legal acts in areas including SPS, it's a sanitary and phytosanitary legislation, financial services, and transportation. In the next month, we would like to prioritize the incorporation of the 3rd and the 4th railway packages of the EASA regulation, it's transport by air, as well as the regulation establishing the body of European regulators for electronic communications, BEREC, where we have already reached a solution preserving the 2-pillar structure of the agreement. Of course, the 2-pillar structure, many have been talking and will talk about further today also during your event. These are just a few examples, but there are many out there of the recent issues we have jointly addressed in the EEA Joint Committee. It is paramount for the successful functioning of the EEA agreement to ensure a dynamic, really truly dynamic takeover of the rapidly evolving EU acquis, our set of rules and regulations. It evolves super rapidly, like everything else in the world these days. It's therefore also equally important to ensure that the rules are applied and they are interpreted in the same manner. Ladies and gentlemen, the EEA has served us all very well. To meet the tremendous challenges we now all face, be it related to COVID-19, to climate change, to energy, to security. We will need to work together in the EEA even more than before. From the side of the EU, of the External Action Service, we are ready to do that. We will continue to work very, very closely together for the best results. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Angelina, for your kind words. Our colleague, counterpart, or simply a partner in the European External Action Service. We continue with the program, but first there are a couple of questions I would like to pose. There's actually one to Britt Helle, who could maybe step back in here. It's about the backlog. In relation to the backlog, how do the 3 EFTA states in the EEA compare to the EU states when it comes to the actual timing of implementation on state level? Britt.
Okay, so, thank you for this question. Whoever put it into the chat, I think it allows actually an explanation which might be useful, because there are two. I think the question actually then shows a mix-up of actually the transposition deficit, which is something the EFTA Surveillance Authority actually monitors. That's the way directives and regulations that have been adopted into the agreement are being transposed in time in our member states and then compared to the same benchmarks in the EU member states. So this is about transposition, and that actually happens after there has been a decision to incorporate in the EEA Joint Committee. So the backlog that I was talking about is something that happens before. The definition of the backlog, which I might not have said as such, is actually the number of acts that are EE relevant, that are in force in the EU, but which have not been incorporated into the agreement. So in a way, this is a delay in incorporation, while then and cannot really be compared with the EU member states, because in the EU there's a direct effect, at least of the regulations, while we have to make a decision to incorporate before they actually are sort of valid in our member states. So I hope that explained it. So there's actually a difference between the backlog and the transposition deficit, which is comparable to the EU member states.
Yes, thank you, Britt. We could actually throw this question to our colleague from the EFTA Surveillance Authority as well in the afternoon. So now we are up to getting a little better to know how EU law becomes EEA law. And as you noticed earlier, there was some bug in the video in the presentation. So we would like to play the short video. It's only 3 minutes, and it leads nicely into the presentation that Finnur Thor will do right after, who is our head of legal here in the Brussels office. So let's play this short little video first, and then Finnur Thor will be up.
The European Economic Area, the EEA, brings together the European Union and Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway in the internal market. The EEA Agreement is dynamic and continuously updated to ensure common rules for the free movement of goods, capital, services and people across the EEA. How does EU law take effect in the 3 EFTA states, Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway? Experts from the 3 EFTA states contribute to shaping EU legislation before it is adopted by the EU. For instance, they participate in meetings of EU expert groups and committees. They also submit common positions to the EU institutions. When the EU adopts an act, the 3 EFTA states assess its relevance for the EEA and then request the EFTA Secretariat to draft a decision to incorporate it into the agreement. In this decision, the EU Act may need to be adjusted to fit the EEA Agreement, for example, to ensure EFTA participation in an EU agency. Other adjustments reflect specific situations of the 3 EFTA states, such as geography or infrastructure. Each of the 3 EFTA states has its own national procedure to prepare for incorporation and implementation of an EU Act. When the 3 EFTA states have agreed on the content of the decision, it is sent to the EU External Action Service, the EEAS. The EEAS and EFTA Secretariat coordinate the discussions between the EU and the 3 EFTA states on the final text of the decision. Once the draft decision is ready, it is sent to the EEA Joint Committee for adoption. This committee meets around 8 times per year and is composed of the ambassadors of the 3 EFTA states and officials from the EEAS. It takes the formal decision to incorporate the EU Act into the agreement. Joint committee decisions normally enter into force 1 day after adoption. If a decision requires amendments to national law, the parliaments of the 3 EFTA states must approve it before it can enter into force. EU law that has become EEA law must be made part of the national law of Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway. The EEA, extending the EU internal market to Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway. If you want to know more about how EU law becomes EEA law, please visit our website.
Yes, and you don't even need to visit our website, because if you want to know more, we just ask Finnur Thor. He's the head of legal coordination at the EFTA Secretariat here in Brussels. So, Finnur Thor, the floor is yours.
Thank you and good morning. Yes, I think that this video is a very nice intro into what I will be discussing here today. I will basically go into a little bit further detail of this information. We have a lot of information on our website, though, and the video that you saw here, it's available on the link below. We have a web tool where this is explained in great detail. So I'm not going to go into all the details that I have in this presentation, because you can have more information, but I'll kind of highlight a few aspects of this. And it is good to start by emphasizing that there is a distinction between EU law and EEA law. They are closely aligned, but they are not the same. The EU is founded on a supranational system, while the EEA cooperation is more of a traditional intergovernmental cooperation. So for that reason, it's very important that we have these very clear procedures on how EU law becomes part of the EEA agreement, because while there are these fundamental differences in the structure of these two different corporations, the aim is, the overriding aim of the agreement is that the same rules should apply across the internal market in the areas that the agreement covers. So we have divided this process into basically 8 different stages. The first is the drafting stage on the EU side. The second is the adoption stage in the EU. Then the third stage is the preliminary identification and assessment by the EFTA Secretariat here in Brussels. The fourth stage is the assessment by our member states of the new EU legislation. Then we come to the fifth stage, which is the drafting of the decision of the EEA Joint Committee. The sixth stage is negotiations with the EU on the content of these draft decision. Then we came to the seventh stage, which is the formal adoption by the EEA Joint Committee of a decision incorporating new EU legislation into the agreement. And the final stage is the implementation of this new law into the EFTA states. Now we'll go into all of these 8 different stages here. Starting with the decision shaping, there has been some discussion already on this, so I'm not going to go into too much detail on it, but I will highlight one aspect, and that is that the EEA agreement provides for the right of experts from the EFTA state to participate in expert groups and committees in the EU. And this is actually a very fundamental issue, because when the EEA agreement was negotiated, there was a desire by the EFTA states that the decision making would be joint. So new internal market legislation would be adopted jointly by the EU and the EFTA states. The EU was not ready to accept that, but the compromise was that the experts from the EFTA state would be given right to participate when such rules are being drafted and molded. So this is a very important element, and it is kind of part to make sure that the EFTA states can be full participants when for the formulation of these rules that we then take on board into the agreement. Now, once that stage is finalized and there is a proposal, formal proposal for a legislation, we go into the adoption stage in the EU, where, as has been mentioned before, the EFTA states are not participating. That is a process that happens within the EU institution, whether it is Parliament or Council, or for legislation by the Commission. But the end of that process is publication of this new legislation in the official journal of the European Union. And if you can see here on the screen an example of the first page of such a new legislation, and you can see that there is asterisks indicating that this is a text with EEA relevance. This is often useful information. It indicates that it is the EU's position that the legislation in question is relevant for the agreement and should be incorporated into the agreement. But it doesn't mean that it is automatically part of it, not at all. It's just the position of the EU side. It still needs to go through the process that I'm going to go into, and is not binding at all for the EFTA states. So it is a useful information, like I said, but it has no legal significance. But once the EU has adopted and published this new legislation, we can go to the first stage, which is the identification and preliminary assessment by the EFTA Secretariat. And the Secretariat follows all EU legislation that is relevant to the agreement. And once we identify new acts, we conduct a preliminary assessment of them by the officers in the Internal Market Division that Britt is leading, and she has already kind of gone a little bit on the work of her division. There are two main questions that we have to assess at this stage when we are looking into new EU legislation. The first is it EEA relevant? That is, does it fall under the scope of the EEA agreement? And as is explained in this video, the core of the EEA agreement, the kind of the overriding objective, is to extend the EU's internal market to the EFTA states. So the question here is this EEA EU internal market legislation. And as Britt has already mentioned, while in the beginning of the EU agreement, this was a fairly clear-cut issue with developments in the EU, with merging of the pillars, the development from community to the European Union. This is not as clear-cut as it used to be. So this is something that we need first to identify. Secondly is whether there's a need for adaptations. What do we mean by adaptation in the context of the EU agreement? Basically, when new EU law is made part of the agreement, we simply refer to it, but it has to be read in a certain way within the EU agreement. There are certain techniques on how to do that, which I will go into further into this, but we refer to this as adaptations because they adapt the EU legislation for the purpose of the EU agreement. Now, a further element that the Secretariat needs to assess when we have a new legislation that we deem to be relevant is whether it should undergo what we call a fast-track procedure or the so-called standard procedure. If the assessment is that it is a candidate for a fast track procedure, we send out this form to our experts. And basically, in this case, we are only informing them that we consider this as a candidate for this fast track, and we ask them not to confirm that, but rather to voice if they have opposition to it. If there is no opposition, we can already go to the drafting stage, that I will go into further. But the fast track is only appropriate if there are no adaptation needed, or if it's a fairly clear-cut issue that doesn't really need any further scrutiny on behalf of our member states. The other procedure that we do is the standard procedure, and as you can see, that this is the formula that we send to our member states, the experts in the member states, and we ask them to fill that. And there we ask for further information from them. But we also give our preliminary assessment. We give an assessment to if there are possible EEA horizontal challenges on this. But we also, ask the experts to look into whether they can identify any such challenges, whether there are any particular country-specific challenges that they would identify related to that that will require adaptations text. Now, I use the term here horizontal challenges, and I think it's maybe worthwhile to explain a little bit what we mean by that. When we talk about horizontal challenges in the EEA context, we are talking about issues that arise when we are incorporating new EU legislation that are does not relate to the specific field in question, but rather are of a more general nature. And a very typical examples of such horizontal challenges, if it relates to certain administrative functions or has a certain task for EU institutions, because in that case we need to allocate that task or function on the EFTA side, and that may raise challenges because it may not be obvious in all cases where these tasks should be allocated. Another very common example of such horizontal challenges is the provisions on third countries. Now, the EEA Agreement only governs the relations between the EU and the three EFTA states. It does not establish any kind of common trade policy or a common platform to regulate our relations with countries that are outside of the EU. That is falls on the autonomy of both sides. But we have seen more frequently provisions in EU legislation that is obviously internal market legislation, but it has elements that relates to the EU's relations with third countries. And in some cases, such legislation need to be adopted because it cannot apply, that part of it cannot apply to the EFTA states. But in some cases, there actually may be an impact on the function of the internal market. And in that case, we need to find acceptable solutions when we are incorporating. So these are kind of examples of these horizontal challenges that need to be identified. And the Secretariat does that in this preliminary assessment that we make. Now, moving on to the fourth step, which is the assessment of the Act by our member states. Essentially, the questions that our member states have to ask themselves are the same that I refer to, that the Secretariat has to assess. That is the Act relevant, and does it need adaptations? And while the Secretariat's assessment on this question is to assist our member states in their deliberations, it is, of course, in the end for our member states to make a determination on these issues. And it is particularly important that they have a reflection of where there's a need for adaptation and formulate a position on that. And when we talk about adaptations, we often make a distinction between what is called technical adaptations and substantive adaptations. Technical adaptations really are not meant to alter in any way the legal effect or the meaning of legislation, but may be necessary for the incorporation of such acts into the EEA agreement, because there might be a necessity to include references to agencies or body in the EFTA states that are not included, of course, in the EU legislation. But substantive adaptations are adaptations that amend or change in any way the legal rules or the legal implication of EU legislation. So it is important to make that distinction between that, because it also has an impact on the EU's internal procedure when they are assessing adaptations to the EEA agreement. Now, another way to distinguish between different adaptations is a more formal one. It's the difference between what we call horizontal adaptation, sectoral adaptation, or specific adaptations. And as I mentioned, there is this need to adapt EU law to the EEA agreement when we are making part of the agreement. And when the EEA agreement was negotiated, the most common one, kind of the most obvious one, were all identified and made part of what is called Protocol 1 to the EU agreement. So every single act that is made part of the agreement has to be read with a view of the so-called of this Protocol 1, which addresses issues such as whether there's a reference to the authorities in the member states, that should include authorities in the EFTA state, etc. Then in some particular sectors or policy areas that is covered by the agreement, we have a certain sectoral adaptations that only relate to that specific sector. A very good example of that is in Annex 1 to the agreement, which includes the EU and EEA rules on veterinary affairs. And there, Liechtenstein is exempted from that. So that is simply done in a sectoral adaptation to Annex 1 to the agreement. The third such category of adaptation is specific adaptation. And those, with that we mean adaptation that are specific to a single legal act that is being incorporated into the agreement. It only adapts the that particular legislation, but not others. But regardless of the different forms or categories of adaptation, they all have the same effect. When you're reading an act that has been made part of the agreement, you have to read that act with the adaptations that we have. So this is just a way to align the kind of the legal technical way that we have made to align legal acts to the EEA agreement. So yeah, this mentioned what I've already mentioned. The difference between technical adaptations and substantive adaptations. Now, as I mentioned, these are the issues that our national authorities have to assess. They have different procedure when they are assessing this issue, the relevance of a legal act, whether there's a necessity to ask for adaptation to it. And the web tool that I mentioned has more information about the procedure in each of our member states. Now, when we have gotten this feedback, the Secretariat has gotten this feedback from our member states, their views on whether an act is relevant, whether it belongs in the agreement, and their assessment on whether there are any adaptations that are needed, we can start to draft a decision of the EEA Joint Committee to incorporate this act. Now, this is one of the core functions of the EFTA Secretariat here in Brussels, and Britt was referring to the her division as being the engine room of the Secretariat. This is a big part of that. What happens in that engine room is drafting these decisions of the Joint Committee. Once we have drafted, we send the draft decision to our member states for approval. And once we have gotten feedback from them and there is an agreement among all on these drafts, we submit them formally to the European External Action Service. The EES, this is our kind of formal counterpart in the EU structure. And at that stage, we can go to the sixth stage, which is negotiations with the EU. Once the EU review, the EES has received our draft JCT, it has to review and approve the draft. And the way that the EES organizes work is that it initiates, once it has received it, what is called an inter-service consultation on the draft. And that means that the relevant directors general and then the Commission Legal Service take a look at the draft and give their view whether it's whether they agree with it. How long this takes really depends on the question if there are substantive adaptations. For most of the EU legal acts that are incorporated into the agreement, there aren't substantive adaptations, and this doesn't take so much time. But if there are substantive adaptations, this may be more more lengthy. It may take more time, as the EU has to kind of formulate its views on this, and there may be, and if it doesn't agree with what we have suggested, there may be a need for negotiations on the text of the decision. Now, often there have been some communication and context on the more complicated issue beforehand, which will often help in this process. But it's only after we have formally submitted the draft that we can have the formal process on agreeing to this. Now, if there are substantive adaptations to act, or an act has budgetary consequences, it is not simply necessary for the EES and the Commission to agree to the draft. It has to refer to the Council. And this is why this distinction between technical and substantive adaptations is important, and as I mentioned before. And this, of course, will take longer so that it can add a few weeks to the process, depending on even maybe months if it's a complicated issue. So, according to the EU's internal rules, the EES has essentially a mandate to agree to adaptations so long as they're not substantive or there's no budgetary consequences. But in the case of when there are either substantive adaptation or budgetary consequences in draft JCTs, it has to be referred to the Council to get approval. Now, once this process is finalized, once you have an agreement by both sides on a draft decision of the Joint Committee, we are ready to go into the formal adoption stage. And as we've been discussing here before, there are hundreds of Joint Committee decisions adopted every year, and of course the Joint Committee meets fairly frequently, 8 times a year. But there has to be a system on how to organize and coordinate what decisions are adopted at any given meeting. And the way we organize is that we in the EFTA Secretariat, we have a list on those decisions that have gone through the process and should be ready for adoption. And essentially, after every meeting of the Joint Committee, we start the prepare this list. We look at it internally, then we send it to our member states to get their views on it. And once we have kind of an agreement between the EFTA states on the content of the list, we send it to the EES, and the EES takes a look at it and basically check whether they have completed all their internal procedures for agreeing to the acts that are on the list. And when that agreement has been achieved, we can put the decision on the agenda for the next meeting of the EEA Joint Committee. Now, we have mentioned the EEA Joint Committee several times here. It is a very much a central institution, an organ in the EEA cooperation. It is the body that is responsible for managing the EEA agreement on a daily basis. It's also a forum for discussion and exchange of views by the EFTA states, but maybe most importantly, it is the forum that has the mandate under the agreement to amend the agreement, amend annexes and certain protocols to the agreement to make new EU legislation part of the agreement. And those decisions need to be taken by consensus. That is, both the EU and the 3 EFTA states have all to be agreed on its decisions. And there is also a requirement that the EFTA states speak with one voice within the EEA Joint Committee, so they have to coordinate their views before such meeting. And this is the role of the Standing Committee of the EFTA states. Now, once a decision has been adopted by the Joint Committee, it normally enters the force the day after. That's the most common, but there are exceptions to that. In some cases, there might be the decision might state something else. But the most important exception to this is the so-called constitutional requirements. And this essentially means that the EFTA states can do a constitutional requirement to a decision by the EEA Joint Committee, and that means it does not enter into force until that state has lifted its constitutional requirements. Usually means that this is a decision, or this is a decision incorporating EU legislation that would require amendments or changes to national law, and it has to go through Parliament. So for that reason, parliamentary procedures are required before the country can lift the constitutional requirements and the decision can enter into force. Now, and that is the 7th state. Now, this is an example of a decision of the EEA Joint Committee, which is published in the official journal. You can see that here. Finally, the final stage is the incorporation of new acts. We have touched upon this a little bit. You'll get presentations by both ESA and the EFTA Court on their role in making sure that acts that have been incorporated are implemented. But this is just to highlight one of the key differences between the EEA agreement and the EU is that there's no automaticity when the Joint Committee has adopted a decision incorporating new EU legislation. That doesn't mean that it has been implemented or is enforced in the EFTA states. That depends on the constitutional system of each EFTA states. And Norway and Iceland are both dualistic country, which means that there has to be an actual act to implement legislation. It doesn't matter whether it's a directive or a directive or a regulation in the EU system. It has to be some kind of implementing act to implement it into the national system of the EFTA states. So, but with this, I have finalized my. This is the end of my presentation. I think I managed to be on time.
Excellent, Finnur. You're exactly on time. So thank you. But before you go, maybe I can throw one question to you. There are a couple of questions to you, but the second one might be more for the EFTA court this afternoon, so we could hold on to that one. But the question to you, what are the practical effects, for instance, on economic actors of the backlog and transposition deficit? Is single market access limited as long as the backlog persists?
Well, that first of all really will depend on the content of the legislation in question, but absolutely it can have. If this is legislation that has an impact on economic operators in the EFTA countries, they will not be able to enjoy the benefits and the rights associated with this particular legislation. So it definitely absolutely has. It doesn't. It really depends on the content of the legislation, but yes, very often it may have a direct impact. So in that sense, the backlog is concerning for our enterprises, because it can result in kind of delaying the benefits of being a participant in the internal market, and then also creating different conditions of competition between our member states and the EU member states.
Thank you. I see Britt is still with us, and maybe Hege, would you like to add anything to this? You have to unmute first.
No, I actually think, well, I think Finnur summarized it well. So if the person asking the question is satisfied, then I don't think there's anything to add.
Okay, Finnur, maybe if you could stay with us when we have the court, it would be nice, because we have a question on that is sort of to both of you. But we really have to get on with our program, because we're getting close to 12 o'clock. And next up is our team coordinator in publication and translations, Kjell Leifsen. As Finnur mentioned briefly, we do a lot of publication on these legal acts, and not only legal acts. So Kjell Leifsen will tell you everything about that. Please. You need to unmute, I guess.
I apologize. Thank you, Finnur.
It's a trend of the year.
Indeed. Today I would like to talk a little bit about our publications and also the resources you can find on the EFTA website. And I trust you can all see my screen. So first of all, the EFTA and Translation and Publication Unit. We consist of 6 staff members, including 1 native Icelandic translator and 1 Norwegian native translator. We are responsible for publishing the EEA supplement to the official journal of the European Union, which is published every Thursday throughout the year. We also coordinate publications with third parties, which, depending on the publication, are the European Commission Publications Office, the European External Action Services, the EFTA Court, the EFTA Surveillance Authority, as well as the Ministries of Foreign Affairs in Norway and Iceland. Our 2 translators have a variety of tasks, and their translation work consists primarily of 3 types of text. First one is notices from the European Commission concerning the EEA Agreement, and examples of these would, for example, be notifications of state aid, notifications of tenders, as well as prior notifications of company concentrations. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen a quite sharp increase in the amount of state aid-related texts. Now, the decisions of the Joint Committee, those are our most important products, and the unofficial translations are usually available on the EFTA website within a week of adoption. The third type of text we translate are judgments and advisory opinions from the EFTA Court, as well as decisions and notices from the EFTA Surveillance Authority. And also here, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen a major increase in text from the Surveillance Authority, particularly related to COVID-19. Which brings us on to sort of the next point, which is how current effects or current events affect the EEA supplement. Current events do tend to impact the production of the supplement, and not least what goes in it. As I already mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic has seen a surge in texts relating to state aid, particularly, both from the European Commission and from the EFTA Surveillance Authority. Also, the supplement will reflect cases and topics that are being dealt with at the Secretariat, such as Brexit. And for example, this year alone, we had a particular special publication of legal acts that were related to Brexit, which were incorporated on December the 30th and had to be published urgently. So we did so already in January. Now I want to talk a little bit about the legal basis for why legal acts and other documents are translated and published. And the basis of what we do, you can find in the Article 129 of the EEA Agreement, as you can see here. And in this case, the crucial section is the section about the texts of the acts referred to in the annexes being equally authentic, both as published in the EU languages in the official journal and in Norwegian and Icelandic published in the EEA supplement. Furthermore, in the exchange of letters, you can see that it says that arrangement with regard to publication of EEA relevant information is annexed to the final act of the EEA agreement. And you can find this in the selected instrument book of the EEA on page 205. And it says, the EFTA states undertake to provide an appropriate infrastructure in order to ensure timely availability of the necessary translations in non-EU EFTA languages. The EFTA states will also be responsible for producing material for the production of the EEA supplement. That's a reason to be. Now, and before moving on to the publications, I just wanted to quickly show you a little bit about our statistics. And the diagram you see here is the total number of pages published per year. And as you can see, it's been quite an increase in the last years, and indeed 2020 was our top year overall so far. And this figure consists of 19,252 pages of legal act. And this is another approximately 1,000 pages or so from the European Commission, as well as several hundred pages from both the Surveillance Authority and the EFTA Court, and another 500 pages of JCDs, or Joint Committee decisions. So it's busy and exciting times indeed for our unit. This is what the EEA supplement looks like. And actually it contains 3 different types of publications. It's also not uncommon to have several publications on the same day. The first publication is a weekly supplement, which contains the notices from the European Commission and may also contain translated documents from the EEA Joint Committee, the EFTA Standing Committee, the EFTA Surveillance Authority, and the EFTA Court. These weekly publications will almost always include merger notifications from the European Commission. And due to their very short deadline for third parties to submit possible observations, these texts, as well as a few other Commission texts, need to be translated and published very quickly, within a week, usually. Texts from the EEA Joint Committee, the Standing Committee, EFTA Surveillance Authority, and the EFTA Court are also joint publications with the European Commission, and they are published in the official journal of the European Union in all the official EU languages on the same day as they are published in the EEA supplement, in cooperation with the Publications Office of the European Commission. The second type of text, as I mentioned, is the Joint Committee decisions, and they are also published in the official journal in all the official EU languages, and publications are agreed with the European External Action Service. And both the weekly supplement text and the Joint Committee decisions are translated into Norwegian and Icelandic by EFTA's own in-house translators. Now, finally, the third type of text that we publish are the legal acts, which are incorporated into the EEA Agreement by decisions of the Joint Committee, as my colleagues have talked about. These publications make up the largest body of text that we publish, and the legal acts are translated by the translation centers of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs in Norway and Iceland. The EFTA Secretariat is responsible for their publication, and we do publish them in agreement with the translation centers. Where do you find our publications? First of all, the EEA supplement you will find on our website. I'll see if I can bring it up. There we go. You can find on our the EFTA website, and here you can find them sorted by year, going all the way back to 1994 and per language. And once you click on the language, you can see the most recent editions. If you have any questions about the EEA agreement and other legal documents from EFTA available in all our languages, you can find them here under EEA legal text on our website. Here, for example, you have the adopted joint committee decisions, which I have talked about. And again, you can choose between year and language. We also do publish the German and the English versions. And you can, again, go all the way back to 1994. And finally, one little feature I wanted to show you is the EEA Lex, which is a very brilliant tool if you want to know the precise history of a legal act. And in this case, for example, if we want to look at a specific legal act, for example, I can look at this one. And then you can view the fact sheet and you can see the entire history of the legal act, as well as read it in all the different languages of EFTA, as well as also you can see the joint committee decision that implemented it. This is a very useful tool if you want to know more about EEA relevant materials in your own language. And with this, I say thank you for your attention. That was it. I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Kjell. This was very informative. Quite a lot of work you're doing, and an important one, of course. I mentioned before you started, you could stick around if there are any questions to you, but I will. I think Finnur Thor is still here with us. There's a question that he might take here, even though it relates also a bit to the EFTA court. The question is there any case law on the meaning of EEA relevant? Has the EFTA court, or perhaps even the European Court of Justice, ever held that EU legislation should have been incorporated into EEA law when it was not? So yeah, it's a bit complex question, but and how much EU law, which the EU identifies as EEA law relevant, is not ultimately incorporated into the EEA agreement? Finnur Thor.
Thanks. On the second part, I don't think that there is any statistics that is made on this. There are, I referred to this marking the official journal whether an act is EEA relevant. There are examples of acts that have been marked that clearly were not EEA relevant, and there was no disagreement between the EU or the EFTA side on the lack of EEA relevance. But there have also been examples of acts that clearly were EEA relevant, that did not have that marking, and there were no dispute or disagreement between the two sides that they were relevant. But there is nothing. I don't have any statistic on this. This is not an everyday occurrence, but it happens. I would say fairly regularly. We are looking at a fairly high number. I mean, we are talking about hundreds of acts. It happens once in a while. On the second question, on the kind of case law to define the concept of EEA relevance, it isn't really any case law on that, and the reason is that this is a decision that both sides have to agree to on their side, and under the EEA agreement, if there is a disagreement or a dispute between the parties, including on the question whether an act is EEA relevant, it's only the joint committee that is competent or responsible to take a decision on that. So it is only the parties always have to agree by diplomatic means whether an act is EEA relevant or not. It doesn't mean that the notion of EEA relevant is not a legal one. It is very much a legal one, but it's not kind of doesn't really belong to the realm of the jurisprudence of either the EFTA court or the ECJ. I don't know if there has been some case of kind of open dictum on the relevance of any legal that could happen, but neither court is really competent to rule on different views on whether the act is relevant, and there's no standing for individual or citizen in our member states to claim that an act is relevant or should not be relevant. This is the only the EEA Joint Committee that has the competence to make that determination.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have a couple of questions to Kjell on the translations. Maybe I will take two of them at a time because they are a bit similar. The first one is there any cooperation between the EU and EFTA translators to ensure that major discrepancies don't arise between the meaning of equality authentic legal texts? And another question, a little bit similar, the same word can have different meanings and some words may not have a direct translation. How do you make sure that no part of the message is lost or changed during translation? Yes.
Yes, I mean, first of all, yes, we do communicate with the EU translators in case there are any questions about the meaning of the source text and how to convey it properly. Unfortunately, in our line of work, we have quite good access to the people who wrote the documents, mostly. So we have ample opportunity to clarify any questions we might have with the relevant lawyers or case workers, case officers, who can provide clarity on the issue. And indeed, some words can have different meanings, and therefore, and others not properly translatable. But you can usually find a good workaround, a way to rephrase it in your language that preserves the meaning as it's intended to be. But also takes into account that languages are different, and there are several languages. I mean, the EU have, I think, 27, and in addition to our 2 or 3. So yes, I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Maybe one shorter and simpler question, I guess. What about the German translations? I guess the EU text already have German translations, but what about EFTA-specific texts for readers in Liechtenstein?
Well, it's quite correct, as you say. I mean, all the texts that come from the EU side are in German, because German is one of the official EU languages. With regards to the EFTA-specific text, which in our case is mostly the JCDs, as well as some materials from the Standing and Joint Committee, they are actually translated and published by the EU. So basically, the European Commission will translate and publish the JCDs in German and all the other languages.
Okay, thank you so much for this information. So we are getting close to lunch break. So let's enjoy some lunch break, and we will start at 1 o'clock sharp. We have many presentations left. We will get to know the EFTA advisory bodies, that are the Parliamentary Committee, the Consultative Committee, and the EFTA Forum, and then the EEA and Norway grants, the EFTA Surveillance Authority, the EFTA Court, of course, and the EFTA Statistical Office, which coordinates with Eurostat. So, and has a 30th anniversary this year. So let's meet up here again at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody back to the EEA seminar. We have learned a lot about how the EEA works, especially on the incorporation of EU legislation into the EEA Agreement. In the afternoon, it will be more about implementation and several side effects of the EEA Agreement. One remarkable thing of the EEA agreement is the involvement of what we call the advisory bodies. These are the Parliamentary Committee, the Consultative Committee, and the so-called EFTA Forum, which includes the local and regional authorities. And so we will kick off here with this part. Later you will learn about the EEA and Norway grants, and then the EFTA Surveillance Authority and EFTA Court and the EFTA Statistical Office. But first we have Christoph Sufuri. He's an officer to the Parliamentary Committee. Christoph, here you go.
Thank you, Torfino. I hope you can hear me well. So as Torfino said, I'm Christoph Sufuri. I'm a policy officer to the EFTA Parliamentary Committee and the EEA Joint Parliamentary Committee. So I have the difficult task to talk to you after the lunch when you are all digesting, and I hope I will be able to keep you awake while you are digesting your meal. This afternoon I will, as Torfino just said, talk about the role of the parliamentarians, the social partners, and local and regional authorities in the EU. So I will structure my presentation by giving first a little introduction to the EFTA advisory bodies, and then we're gonna look into more details about the joint bodies that have been established by the EEA Agreement to ensure the scrutiny of the agreement on the parliamentary side, but also the role of the social partners and involvement of the local and regional representatives in the EEA. And finally, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. So this is the EFTA structure. I don't think you have seen this slide today before because it's an EEA seminar more relating to the EEA agreement. But at EFTA, you have the EFTA Council representing the member states, and they have actually established different bodies or institutions to assist them to perform their task. And as you can see on the graph, basically you have two committees that date back from the 70s. The first one is the Parliamentary Committee, for which I'm in charge at EFTA, and it is a forum for EFTA state parliamentarians. Up to 5 parliamentarians from each member state unite several times a year, 6, 7, 8 times, to discuss EFTA's policies and initiatives. And the same goes for social partners. There is an EFTA Consultative Committee, which is a forum for representatives from trade unions and employers' organizations in EFTA states. The mandate of these two committees is broadly defined and is basically to provide advice to EFTA member states on all issues of relevance to the organization, and this actually relates to the relation with the EU and the implementation of the EEA, which is the topic of today, but also with regard to the relation with third countries when it comes to the growing network of trade agreements that EFTA has or is expanding worldwide. So implementation of the EEA. We go to the next slide, and I think you are quite familiar with this chart that you have probably seen this morning with Hege, our Deputy Secretary General in Brussels, which actually presents on the left-hand side the EFTA institutions, on the right-hand side the EU institutions, and in the middle the joint bodies established by the EEA Agreement. So this morning, you have mainly discussed the executive side of the EEA Agreement, the governing bodies, so basically the EEA Council, which is like the body where the ministers discuss, and the EEA Joint Committee. You met with the Icelandic ambassador, Mrs. Eichhorst from the EES. And this afternoon, we're going to focus rather on the lower part of the chart, which is actually the bodies created for the parliamentary scrutiny and the consultative committee for the EEA, the EEA Consultative Committee, so the social partners. Missing in this chart, but I think it was on the new chart that Hege had this morning, it's the regional level. And I have added it here. So on the EFTA side, you have an EEA forum for elected representative at the regional and local level. And on the EU side, the Committee of the Regions. It is a bit like separate because it's actually not foreseen or there is no joint body established by the EEA Agreement. This relates it's an historical development. When the agreement entered into force in '94, it was the same year that the Committee of the Region was established at the EU level. So it was not foreseen in the EEA agreement to have joint bodies for this cooperation. But I'm going to get back to this later on in my presentation. So let's move to the first joint body, which is the EEA Joint Parliamentary Committee. So the parliamentary cooperation between EFTA and the European Parliament dates back already in the 1960s. But then it was actually formalized, institutionalized by the agreement. And there is an article, the Article 95, that actually establishes this joint body, the Parliamentary Committee, and defines the role of this committee, which is also pretty broadly defined. It is to dialogue and debate about all issues and falling into the scope of the agreement. So the EFTA Parliamentary Committee meets jointly, 12 members with 12 members of the European Parliament delegation for the relation with EFTA countries and the EEA. It rotates, so it's usually once in an EEA EFTA country, once at the seat of the European Parliament in Strasbourg. And they have the mandate to scrutinize the implementation of the agreement. And how do they do this? It's basically by inviting the executive authorities of the agreement, so representative of the Council and representative of the Joint Committee on the two sides, on the EFTA side and on the EU side, who come and actually present, brief the parliamentarians about the latest development of the agreement. And on this occasion, the parliamentarians can ask questions, make comments, recommendations on what to focus on. At this meeting, they also take the opportunity to monitor single market development, which may or will have an impact on the agreement. And they basically invite most of the time rapporteurs or shadow rapporteurs from the European Parliament, which are working on a specific legislative file, and on this occasion they can get used to the developments, but also make comments, recommendations, and have them have the parliamentarians on the EP side of the specific needs or constraints that EFTA countries may have in their work on the EU side. They can express their views in form of resolution and reports. The agreement foresees that at least one resolution is adopted on the annual report of the, and in this resolution they can also express their views and concerns. You have on the picture one of the latest meetings we had. It was in the parliament in Liechtenstein in October 19. So I have taken this picture because last year it was a bit different when it was online mainly. And you can see the president and the vice president of the EEJPC. It rotates every year. The meetings are chaired in common. Usually one of the two chairs the first part, the second one the second part, and so on. And on the EP side, it's the Mr. Andreas Schwab, who is chair of the EP delegation. He's German and member of the IMCO committee, so Internal Market Committee, which is very relevant for EEA matters. On the EFTA side, this year, that year in 2019, it was Iceland chairing for EFTA. Last year it was Norway. This year the parliamentary committee is chaired by and since Switzerland is not part of the agreement, when we have EEA joint meetings, it is chaired by Liechtenstein. So let's move on now to the second joint body created by the agreement relating to the involvement of social partners. So the EFTA Consultative Committee that I introduced at the beginning actually also meets, but once a year with representative of the European Economic and Social Committee. The mandate is more or less the same. They actually have the role to strengthen the cooperation between social partners on EU and EFTA side. They also try to raise the awareness of the social and economic aspects of the EEA, and also to provide advice on these two aspects, social and economic aspects of the EEA. They also usually monitor legislative development, especially in the field of social aspects and economic aspects of the single market. And they express also views in the formal report and resolution. Last year, they met in September. They had a report and a resolution on the Green Deal and a resolution on the industrial strategy. And the next meeting is expected to take place in June. You have a picture also, it was in 2019. There was a special session to celebrate at the ESC in Brussels. I get to the final part of the presentation, which is actually the involvement of the regional and local elected representatives. So as I explained before, it's not enshrined in the EEA agreement. It's on the EFTA side, it is called the EEA EFTA Forum for regional and local authorities, and it is an informal body that has been established in 2009 by the Standing Committee of the EFTA states. So it's this body that unites the three ambassadors. You met this morning the Icelandic ambassador, who is the Agreement Committee. And the goal of this forum is to also offer a platform for discussion between local and regional authorities in the EEA EFTA states and involve them on EEA. They have established informal links with the European Committee of the Region. So this is why on my previous chart there was something missing in the middle, because the agreement does not foresee a formal body for them to meet, but they have contacts on a regular basis, and they usually also adopt opinions, and these opinions are not addressed to the joint bodies created by the EEA agreement, so the EEA Council or the EEA Joint Committee, but they address their opinions to the side of the chart, to the Standing Committee, so to the ambassador. They met recently on the 28th and 29th of January online, as you can see on the picture, and they discussed the proposal for adequate minimum wages in the EU that we'll have on the local and regional level. So a few final remarks from my side. We have gone through these three bodies, forums, committees, and actually these bodies are important because they raise awareness of the relevance of specific aspects of the cooperation back home in the EEA EFTA states. They are an important communication channel with circles, political, economical, social and civil society circles in EFTA countries, and therefore they bring the EEA agreement, the EEA matters closer to the citizens of the EFTA states, and thereby it ensures the democratic accountability and the legitimacy of the EEA agreement. So that would be my presentation. I hope that I have stick to the 10 minutes I had at disposal, but I'm happy to take a few questions if you have any. And I also, like my other colleagues have told you many times today, you can go on our website and you will find plenty of information about the EFTA advisory bodies and their work. So thank you very much, and have a good EEA seminar.
Thank you, Christoph. Maybe a question, because we've seen quite a lot in the news stories about the EFTA Parliamentary Committee specifically, and maybe also the other advisory bodies that they try to maintain quite a lot of connection with the ministers, and how do you see that happening in the future? Will there be more interaction between advisory bodies and the ministers, or because this has been quite a lot in the pipeline?
Yeah, thank you, Torfino. It's an interesting question in the sense that the EEA agreement foresees interaction with the joint bodies, but not specifically interaction in the EEA-EFTA context on the EFTA side of the chart, to put it simply for the people following this seminar today. So actually, yes, they meet once a year, usually with the EEA-EFTA foreign affairs ministers in autumn, after that they had an EEA Council meeting with their counterparts from the EU. And this is something that has become kind of a tradition, but it's not foreseen in the, I don't know, rules of procedures or on a legal basis on the EEA agreement. So actually, yes, they seek this contact on a regular basis, and they have also the opportunity. Usually the meeting takes place after the EEA Council. The ministers brief the advisory bodies about the outcome of the EEA Council, the conclusions, and have a discussion with the advisory body. And on this occasion, they can also ask questions, make comments, or address recommendations. Specifically for the consultative committee, their rule of procedures foresee that they meet at least once a year, the standing committee, so the ambassadors. So on that case, it's very foresee the rules of procedures, but in general, yeah, the bodies try to have a dialogue on the EEA-EFTA side on their own with their ministers, and not only in the joint bodies within Parliament or the ESC, or that's something that happens and that they cherish and they want to continue, yeah, of course.
Thank you, Christoph. So yeah, it was interesting, and thank you for your contribution. So next up is the Mechanism Office, which runs the EEA and Norway grants. We have actually a former member of the EFTA and EEA Parliamentary Committee, Mr. Árni Páll Árnason from Iceland, who is currently the Deputy Director of the Financial Mechanism Office. So Árni Páll, the floor is yours, so you can comment on the Parliamentary Committee first when you are getting ready, if you want to. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I enjoyed what Christoph had to say. I don't think I need to add anything there. I want to share with you a few slides on the status of the EEA and Norway grants, do you see my screen?
Yes, we do. So.
Okay, so briefly, just to introduce again, my name is Árni Páll Árnason, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Financial Mechanism Office, which is based in Brussels and operates the EEA and Norway grants. In the EEA Agreement, Article 115 and onwards, it is stated that the contracting parties agree on the need to reduce the economic and social disparities between the regions. And in Articles 116 and 117, the further modalities for how that should be done are laid out. Certain Protocol 38 to the EEA Agreement has then been negotiated. Currently, the protocol in force is Protocol 38C, that covers the contributions for the years 2014 to 2021. And in the current existing protocol, it is stated that the EEA EFTA states shall contribute to the reduction of economic and social disparities in the European Economic Area and to the strengthening of the relations with the beneficiary states. The mandate under the current protocol is wider than in the EEA agreement. It is not only to reduce economic and social disparities, but also to strengthen bilateral relations between the donor states, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, and the beneficiary states. There are the 15 countries in the EU with less than 90% of the EU average GDP. The system has been structured through different funding periods. The European Commission has now informed the donor states that they expect to start negotiating a further mechanism. That will then be between the donor states and the Commission. But the current one under which we are operating today is the last one of these three. So you see, these are considerable amounts that the donor states have provided through the last years. It is also worth noting that part of this is the Norway grants that are exclusively financed by Norway. The overwhelming majority of the funding comes from Norway. The tables as they stand for different beneficiary states today are very well depicted on this map. Basically, the total funding for Poland is around 800 million euros, while it's 8 million for Malta, and everything in between, reflecting the different size of the beneficiary states. As you can see, Greece and Portugal are only receiving funding from the EEA grants, as the Norway grants were added in 2004 to cover additional funding from Norway to the new beneficiary states joined after 2004. In running the programs, we rely on donor program partners that are public institutions from the donor states that work in different beneficiary states with the local authorities in bringing the programs to fruition, providing both the oversight and valuable know-how to the whole process. In all, these are 18 Norwegian donor program partners, 2 Icelandic and 1 from Liechtenstein. In addition, we work with 3 international partner organizations: the Council of Europe, the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, and the OECD, in different beneficiary states. So there are certain special characteristics of the EEA Norway grants that distinguish it from other funding tools. It is, as I've already mentioned, a tool to reduce social and economic disparities, but also to enhance bilateral relations. So enhancing bilateral relations is, as I've already pointed out in the protocol, current protocol, is identified as an equally important aim of the grants. The structure creates benefits for exchange of knowledge. The DPPs, as I've mentioned, work with the relevant administrative entities in the beneficiary states to help develop successful programs. Also provide know-how, as I mentioned, but also create a link for bilateral cooperation between the donor state concerned and the beneficiary state concerned. In addition, partnerships are generally foreseen in open calls where partners are expected from the donor states when applications are made for funding under the programs. Through this mechanism, the donors can influence priorities. Of course, the European Commission and the beneficiary states concerned list their priorities, but the donors also focus on priority areas that they believe are where they have expertise to contribute and where they have special interest in political interest in furthering work. This means that there is cooperation in home affairs, research, renewable energy, climate, labor market relations, gender equality, all issues that are for some or all of the donors priority areas and where they believe they can with value contribute. And finally, what we're particularly proud of when we are executing the grants is that the EEA grants are the biggest single funding source for civil society in the beneficiary states. This means that the donor states shoulder a very valuable role in supporting pluralism, rule of law, human rights, protection for minority rights. And it's worth noting also that these programs, the civil society programs, are directly run by the Financial Mechanism Office in Brussels through fund operators in the different beneficiary states. So this funding does not go through the channel of the government in the respective beneficiary state, but straight from the donors to us and from us to the fund operator. Just a brief description on how we work. Following an agreement on a protocol between the donors and the Commission, memorandum of understanding is negotiated on political priorities between donors and different beneficiary states. Then concept notes are prepared for the different programs, outlining the main aims of the programs. In the program, focusing on results, setting up, trying to align with EU and national policies and regulations. And then a program agreement is prepared that is legally binding and sets the result framework. And then finally, we are into implementation. And for the current mechanism, we are now fully in implementation, apart from the case of Hungary, because it took longer to finalize an MOU with Hungary, and we are still in program development phase there. So there, basically, we're in the process of preparing the concept note. So just a few examples of the current mechanism. This shows the cutoff for the current mechanism, where you see Spain actually graduated because they went above 90% of the gross national income limit, identified as 90% of the EU average, and then a separate evaluation is done in the case of a new mechanism. What do we expect to achieve during this mechanism? Just a few figures. The programs we are implementing aim to reduce CO2 emissions by more than 700,000 tons. More than 200,000 people will get involved in civil society organization activities across the beneficiary states. On the basis of the funding we provide. More than 8,000 jobs will be created that are sustainable and longer term. Over 300 new products or technologies are expected to be developed, and more than 1,600 researchers will be supported. And again, more than 1,600 projects will involve cooperation with a donor project partner, therefore providing for transfer of knowledge and expertise through a thriving partnership. And if we judge from experience from previous mechanisms, around half of these are expected to last longer than the projects themselves. And what are we funding? Here you see the priority sectors, and you can see from this that the focus of the funding is somewhat different from what you see maybe from the bigger support areas from the EU, where the focus is more on infrastructure. Here the donors have chosen to focus on know-how and particularly challenging areas that are maybe not necessarily as well funded from other existing sources. And who can apply? Basically, actors in the beneficiary states of all types. These are just examples of what we have already seen, and that sort of concludes my overview. I am then willing to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Árni Páll. I wonder, maybe first, and maybe it's a question you cannot reply yet, because of the 7-year cycle. Can you elaborate a little bit more on where you stand with the next cycle, next funding period?
Well, the European Commission has, as I mentioned, notified the Commission's intention to open negotiations. The donors are preparing negotiating teams for those negotiations, but they have not yet commenced. But it would be an educated guess that they would commence sometime closer to the spring or the summer, and then it's not easy to foresee when they will be concluded.
Okay, we have a question from the audience here. It's a very open question, by the way. It's simply, what are the main challenges in the EEA and Norway grants?
Well, where you stand on that one probably depends on where you sit, but I think it's safe to say that, well, there is of course always a challenge when you're tasked with creating results with taxpayers' money, and you have to be extremely mindful of the fact that you have to ensure as much as possible that you avoid the risk of corruption. You try to identify achievable and identifiable results, etc., etc. But in the current climate, I would say the big challenge is also our work with civil society. I think we've all seen in recent years limiting space for civil society in many of the beneficiary states, and not even confined to that, also in other countries. So working there, I think, is of primary importance, making sure that the funding provided by the donors can actually create results and create opportunities and funding for civil society organizations, and thus help foster help foster democracy and pluralistic society in the beneficiary states.
Okay, there are a couple of more questions. popping in. So the next one is, does Norway decide where the funding goes for Norway grants, or is it ultimately the FMO which decides?
Well, the FMO is very much the secretariat of the donors. So the donors are in the driving seat for the EEA grants, and the Norwegian donor is very much in the driving seat for the Norway grants. But in both cases, they need to negotiate, of course, with the beneficiary states concerned about the priorities and areas where they focus. But I think but we do not decide where the funding goes in the FMO.
And what happens if the EU objects or disagrees with a particular project to benefit for funding?
I don't think that it gets down to that. In the past, the negotiations have evolved around priority areas and focus for a mechanism, and then identifying ballpark needs. And then this is basically a work with between the beneficiary state and the donor states to identify areas of mutual interest. And basically, the donors, of course, also want to ensure that they fund areas where they also have something to contribute, and where they have where they can have know-how that actually is of value. So, you know, in the past there have been examples of beneficiary state wanting funding for a certain thing that then basically the donors are not very well equipped for funding. So that then sort of has gone into negotiations, but in the end these negotiations are amicably resolved.
Okay, maybe the last question to you. Which trends does the FMO consider will influence the next program period for the Active Citizens Fund?
Oh, that's a tough question. I think, objectively speaking, from our experience in operating now these civil society programs for several mechanisms, is that this is extremely valuable funding, and even in you know, and across the beneficiary states, this funding is proving of vital importance for the civil society organizations, and it's I think that is very clear. I think when we look at the different areas of focus, all sorts of programs have been undertaken also to make the civil society organizations more sustainable, help them also build up funding avenues in their respective countries. So the aim of everything that has been done through the EEA grants in support to the civil society has been to make it as self-sustainable as possible and make it as independent as possible. So not that it continues to be reliant on this funding source, but help to build up professionalism and expertise in the civil society across the beneficiary states.
I promised you it was the last question, but there was a new popping in. This is getting too interactive. That's good. So if the negotiations for the new funding period are not concluded until the end of the current agreement on the 30th of April 2021, what happens with the gap?
Well, there was a certain gap after 2014. I think the new agreement was not signed, if I remember correctly, until 2016. The eligibility for period under the current mechanism is running until 30th of April 2024. For the bilateral funds until 30th of April 2025. So there will be chicken will be coming home to roost in the coming years, regardless, in the sense that project will be concluded and the costs will have to be covered for those. And then the question is simply whether there will be a certain gap from if negotiations would take longer, that we could foresee maybe a gap in funding because the lead time for developing new programs and on that basis new projects would become maybe a few years, and then that could mean that we would have a peak and then a very low expenditure, but then again a peak later. But all in all, within a 7-year framework, that sort of equals out.
Okay, so thanks a lot for all these good answers, Arnebald, and your contribution. So
thank you very much.
Have a nice rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna see if we can maybe play before we continue, because we have a few minutes now in the pocket. Maybe we can play because our Secretary General this morning, he referred to the 60th anniversary of EFTA last year, where we had nice statements from the EFTA ministers, and they were sort of celebrating and paying tribute to the importance of EFTA membership to the 4 EFTA member states. Let's see if we can play a little soundbite from that.
Happy 60th birthday, EFTA.
Norway joined EFTA as a founding member 60 years ago to help build a more integrated and wealthier Europe.
EFTA's 60th birthday is an excellent occasion to celebrate this success story.
Since Iceland joined EFTA in 1970, we have enjoyed a period of extraordinary prosperity and growth with regard to the economy.
The EFTA states have negotiated one of the most extensive networks of free trade agreements in the world, and it is still growing.
By negotiating together, we are more attractive as partners and stand stronger together in negotiations.
Switzerland therefore believes that it is in the best interests of all EFTA member states to continue to build on the organization's ambitious third country policy. Again, congratulations to EFTA on this significant milestone.
Yes, this was just a few messages from our ministers, foreign ministers and trade ministers of the 4 EFTA countries late October last year, when EFTA was celebrating its 60th anniversary. So let's continue with the EEA seminar. We have 2 fundamental organizations in the so-called 2-pillar system. One conveys the surveillance, the EFTA Surveillance Authority, and the other is the litigation through the EFTA court. And so both of them are coming up here. And first we have, it's my colleague, head of communications at the EFTA Surveillance Authority, Mr. Jarle Hedland. So Jarle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Thorfinnur. So hello, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Jarle Hedland and I am the head of communications at the EFTA Surveillance Authority, known as ESA. So what we'll be talking about a bit today is about how EEA law is enforced. And well, I'm just going to share my presentation with you while I'm talking. Hold on, sorry. Right.
Yeah, we can see.
So I've been asked today to help complete the overview of how the EEA works by talking about how EEA law is enforced in the EEA EFTA pillar. So this morning you will probably already have heard all about how the EEA agreement functions and how EEA law becomes incorporated into the EEA agreement. The agreement underpins the internal market, which, as we know, brings benefits such as the four freedoms, environmental, worker and consumer protection, and fair competition to citizens and businesses across Europe. The lectures in this session from me first, which will be followed by Olafur Einarsson from the EFTA Court, aims to provide you with a bit more detail on how the EEA rules are enforced so that people can benefit from their EEA rights. Now, I always think it's good to be able to put a human face to an organization so that you're not just the grey bureaucrats in Brussels. You can see the people working there. So this is obviously a picture from before the ongoing pandemic. There are no masks, and it's also before I joined, so you can't really see me. But what this picture tells you is that ESA is not a large organization. There are about 80 full-time staff members, the majority being lawyers. There are a few economists. We have a small cohort of trainees drawn from across the EEA EFTA states, and there are a few people like me working in communications. But overall, even though it's a small organization, it's important to keep in mind that it's the organization mandate is pretty big. As Article 108 of the EEA Agreement states, it sets out the relevant provisions of the surveillance and court agreement, and states that ESA is responsible for monitoring and indeed ensuring compliance with EEA law in the three EEA EFTA states, which are Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway. Now, to put that in context and to refer back to the next slide, those of you familiar with the institutional setup of the EU will see that ESA is sitting opposite the European Commission, and of course the EFTA Court sits opposite the Court of Justice. Now, in a nutshell, ESA's role mirrors the compliance role played by the Commission in the monitoring and enforcement of European law. But as you probably would have heard earlier today, unlike the Commission, ESA does not have a legislative role to play. ESA's role is compliance only. Even one can argue that that only also carries a lot of weight and a lot of work for the people working at ESA. Now, this is a particularly useful slide as it shows why the EEA is a totally unique, a sui generis and international legal structure, and I'll try to explain why. Now, in most international law agreements, you would expect some sort of oversight body, such as surveillance or compliance organization, or indeed a court, to have 2 or even 3 components drawn from the different participants in the arrangement. So you might expect an EU presence in ESA or some sort of accountability arrangement, such as a reporting obligation, but that is not how the EA is set up. Now, when it comes to enforcement, the pillars are completely separate, and the EFTA pillar of the EA agreement is what you can describe as self-policing, meaning that ESA and the courts are composed of members drawn from the EFTA pillar with no reporting obligation to the counterpart institution in the European Union. Now, ESA's decision-making body consists of a college, which has 3 members, each nominated by their respective EEA EFTA state, and appointed by all 3 EFTA states. Now, the members they're appointed for 4-year terms, which can be renewed once or more times. And together they are the ones responsible for every decision that ESA makes in the course of its mandate to ensure compliance with the EEA Agreement. If we're looking a bit, take a closer look inside the structure of ESA, and we can start with the college. The current president is Bente Angel Hansen. She is from Norway. Then we have Frank Buschel on the right. He's from Liechtenstein and is the longest serving college member. And to the left, you have Høgni Kristjansson, who is from Iceland. Now, their areas of responsibility are not divided along state lines, but rather into a series of portfolios. Frank, for example, is the college member who has responsibility for competition. Høgni, on the other hand, deals with everything to do with food safety issues, and Bente is responsible for state aid. So in practice, of course, the college normally sit together and take decisions together. Normally they will sit in the same room. Today, during this pandemic, the meetings are also held virtually. Now, looking further down on that slide, you can see that ESA has 4 different departments. Today we're not going to talk so much about the administrative department, but I should stress that the administration is incredibly important in ensuring that ESA continues to work and function efficiently, which is particularly important when you have such a small organization as ESA is. Now, we have on the left, you will see we have two directorates, the Internal Market Affairs Directorate and Competition and State Aid. And these are sort of reflects what the Commission has in their Directorate Generals. And they're the ones responsible for conducting the case handling. That is, for example, investigating possible infringements of EEA law and preparing decision for the college to adapt on a variety of cases. Then there is also the Legal and Executive Affairs Department, which acts as the legal service, meaning that staff there reviews drafts from other colleagues in the Competition, State Aid and Internal Market Affairs Department. And they are the ones who conduct the litigation and provide executive support to the college. The Legal and Executive Affairs Department is also where you find the communications team, where I work, when you also find people working in the registry and our data protection officer. Now, the two directorates, as well as Legal and Executive Affairs, are the ones responsible for ensuring that ESA carries out its activities in the monitoring of the EFTA states and ensure that the EFTA states comply with their EEA obligations. So ESA's work is pretty varied, encompassing every part of the EEA agreement. It includes the internal market rules, such as the 4 freedoms. It includes sectoral rules, such as those found in the veterinary sector, in the transport sector, and it also includes horizontal rules such as environmental protection, consumer protection, or data protection, and other areas. It also includes the competition sector and state aid, although our directorates are at ESA are divided into internal market affairs and competition and state aid. There are naturally some sort of overlap between the different departments. For example, when we work on electronic communications or public procurement, one department may need more input from the other and vice versa. And then you will see on the bottom that from the beginning of this year, ESA has also been giving another competency to its work, which is ensuring the rights of UK citizens residing in the EEA states before 31st of December 2020. Now, this is the result of the need to be in compliance with the UK EEA separation agreement, which came into force 1st of January, following the UK's exit from the European Union and its exit from the internal market. On the other side, you may know already that the UK has established a similar institution, the Independent Monitoring Authority, which is charged with protecting the rights of EU and EEA EFTA citizens who are residing in the UK or in Gibraltar. So overall, ESA's mandate for work is congruent with the material scope of the EEA agreement. Of course, that also means that if there is something that's outside the scope of the agreement, ESA does not look at it. So we don't look at, for example, customs union, or we don't look at defense, just to give you some examples. At the same time, as you will see in the bracket below the photo of that lovely fishing boat, is that it's sometimes difficult to spot exactly where the edges lie. So, for example, ESA does not deal with the common fisheries policy, but we do inspect farms as part of our food safety mandate. And if the fish is to be transported by air cargo, for example, our transport team will be checking to ensure that the state was staying in line with aviation security obligations. Now, so how does ESA handle its cases? We can start looking at the Internal Market Affairs Directorate. Now, earlier today, you would have seen how EU secondary legislation, such as directives and regulation, become incorporated into the EEA agreement. Now, once this happens, Article 7 of the agreement requires the EFTA states to make these acts part of the national legal order, which makes sense because it's the first step towards anyone in the EFTA states being able to rely on the rights set out in these acts. So as a compliance authority, ESA's first job is to monitor this process. ESA oversees the implementation of directives and the incorporation of regulation and publishes a scoreboard, normally twice a year, showing how the states are doing. What you have in front of you now is it's a bit dated, but it's still relevant today. But it shows figures from November 2019 with almost no change, with all states having an implementation deficit of less than 1% of the directives. And on regulations, only Iceland and Norway have to take measures to incorporate them, as they are applied directly in Liechtenstein. And here you can see that the deficits are 1.5% for Iceland and 0.5% for Norway. If you want more on this, you can go to ESA's website, eftaserv.int, where you can find the latest scoreboard and a lot of other information. Now, but at the same time, it's not enough to just implement the legislation. Legislation must also be implemented correctly. And it's not enough to simply comply with EEA law on paper. If the practices on the ground don't meet the right standards, or if people are deprived of their rights, whether by the administrations or in national courts, ESA has the task of investigating national legislation and practice. And this is what takes up the majority of, especially the time of my colleague. Now, to begin with, ESA starts an investigation in a number of ways. Some legislation has helpfully a reporting obligation built in, so meaning that the states are obliged to inform us as to what they are doing to comply. So this is particularly useful for legislation such as the Road Tunnels Directive, which deals with long-running infrastructure projects running over years or even decades. Sometimes ESA conducts a conformity assessment, a comparison of, say, an important framework directive and the national legislation implementing it, where we go in and we check for missing elements or discrepancy in the interpretation of the legislation. And sometimes ESA sent a complaint from a company or from a law firm or from an individual, or there is an inquiry from a stakeholder, or sometimes we see something in the media which triggers us to take a look and see if it's compliant with EEA law. And we have the right to launch an investigation if we suspect there is non-compliance with the EEA law. But we always do this in close. We work closely with relevant ministries in the EFTA states. Now, the key point here is to emphasize that the process that ESA follows is aimed at doing two things. First, that being certain to whether there's actually been a breach of EEA law, and second, trying to end the breach and see if the EFTA state come into compliance with the EEA law obligations. So we normally would launch talks first with the state concerned, but we also would, during the course of an investigation, talk with other stakeholders, citizens. It could be the complainant, it could be a representative of civil society. And indeed, if this investigation revealed that there is a problem, ESA is able to take action under Article 31 of the Surveillance and Court Agreement. So in a nutshell, these are the three steps in the process following that. First, a letter of formal notice is sent to the member state in question. It is then followed up with a reasoned opinion, which has a deadline for compliance. If there is no compliance, ESA has the ability to bring an action before the EFTA court and seek declaration of non-compliance. Now, as I just said, we work closely with the member state, and in each of these stages or steps, there are detailed discussions and dialogue, and this often involves several rounds of information exchange. And it's good to keep in mind that most cases do not end up before the court. Instead, they end in compliance, and we close the case. So I mentioned earlier that it was important to check compliance on the ground and also in practice. So a good example is ESA's transport unit and the food and veterinary unit, which are at the forefront of this kind of work. In pre-COVID times, they would be able to conduct inspections in the state themselves with the cooperation and assistance of national regulators. Now a lot of these things are done virtually, but still in close cooperation with the member states. Now, let's look briefly at the ESA's activities in the state aid sector. ESA, like the Commission, is responsible for overseeing grants of aid made by states, and we have a very high volume of work in this field, and even more so since March 2020 and the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has a significant impact on the workload of my colleagues in the state aid department. Now, under EEA law, states are not permitted to grant aid that may distort the market unless there is a good reason for it. This may include assistance to a specific region. It might be to support a given environmental research, or it might be to compensate for losses caused by a global pandemic, which we are experiencing right now. And ESA state aid falls into roughly two categories. First, ESA carries out assessments of whether notified aid complies with EEA rules. And second, investigating possible breaching of the rules, whether following a complaint or are under our own initiative. If a breach is found, ESA's powers in the field are more direct. This means that we can take a decision holding the aid to be unlawful and can then order a state to require the repayment of the aid. In doing this work, ESA puts a lot of emphasis on gathering all the facts and working closely with the states and stakeholders involved before reaching a conclusion. ESA is also active in the competition field. We investigate possible breaches of EEA competition law, which, like state aid, it mirrors closely the rules of the European Union. Now, most of our work here recently has been instances where ESA has been investigating possible abuses of dominant market position. And last year, indeed, we delivered a landmark decision where we imposed a fine on Telenor, the Norwegian telecoms company, for having a pricing strategy which had the effect of capturing an emerging market in the Norwegian telecom sector. So before I wrap up, just quickly a little bit on the final piece of the enforcement puzzle. Now, as I said, ESA's aim is to, whenever possible, try to ensure that the EEA EFTA states do comply with their EEA law obligations. But occasionally, ESA does go to court with a direct action against an EFTA state. And in that instance, it's my colleagues in the Legal and Executive Affairs Department that will handle the litigation. Now, it is clear that in many respects, a direct action against the state represents an event which we would have liked to be able to avoid, particularly if the case is one where ESA is of the view that there has been a clear breach of the law. Of course, EEA law is perhaps not always perfectly clear. So sometimes the disagreement between ESA and the state will be one which arises from a legitimate difference in interpretation, where ESA and the state hold different views as to what the legislation requires, and the direct action effectively asks the court for its ruling to help clarify matters relating to a question of compliance. The court also offers legal clarification in the form of advisory opinions in response to questions raised by national courts, and ESA participates in these cases, and has also submitted observations at the European Court of Justice, which has a rather similar procedure of preliminary rulings, and in instances where EEA law or EFTA pillar issues are raised. And just to repeat, that it's worth remembering that a lot of EU law is also EEA law. But ESA also appears not only in the CGEU, but also on occasions as an amicus in the national courts of the EFTA states. This is where we have we submit a briefing on EEA law that we consider might be helpful to the court that is looking to resolve a specific case. Recently, we have also appeared at the European Court of Human Rights on matter concerning EEA legal order. And again, these types of cases form part of the legal landscape needed to ensure compliance with EEA law. And of course, then there is the final part of ESA's court work before the EFTA court, which is in defending our decisions. Now, mostly this relates to decisions taken in the field of competition and state aid, and these types of action they're part of ensuring that ESA's compliance work is lawful and correctly carried out. Now, I think now that we reach the subject of the EFTA court, I think it's good for me to wrap up, and as far as I understand, I think Olafur Einarsson will be joining us soon, unless there was a change there.
Yes, thank you, Jarl. Actually, it's a coincidence that Olafur is busy in the court. There's a court case, so his colleague might start by telling us a little bit about that.
Okay.
But first, there's a very simple question to you from the audience. Do you investigate EEA practices in all EU countries or only in EFTA countries?
Our focus is on the EEA EFTA states. If there is something happening in an EU states, that's where the Commission will do an investigation. But at the same time, in the 21st century, there are of course synergies between states or companies going across borders. So we sometimes work in cooperation with them, and of course, I mean, there have been instances in the past where we have had launched joint investigations with the Commission in cases of where we have suspected that there has been foul play by companies in Norway or Iceland and in the European Union.
Yes, indeed. If you have the opportunity to stick around, sometimes we have questions both to the court and to ESA after the two presentations. It might be helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jarl. So I think Birgir Búason, senior legal at the EFTA court, is getting ready. So we should have a presentation from the EFTA court in Luxembourg. He will definitely tell you why it's in Luxembourg. And I think, Birgir, you are ready, so go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know if... Can everybody see me in my presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
You might put it in full frame as well. If you get rid of this black box.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have as a nice of a background here.
If you could tell us first about the court case or whatever it is.
Yeah, today you mean the oral hearing? Yes. Now we had an oral hearing this morning. It's concluded around an hour ago in case E1320. Which is the second of the three NAV cases. The cases related to sort of the NAV framework in Norway, which has been, for those who followed it, it's been a very sort of high profile case or an issue in Norway, which resulted in a lot of court cases. And this is the part of it which related to unemployment benefits. So we had that this morning. And of course, like most other institutions, we had to adapt to the COVID times that we're in. So all of our oral hearings are now conducted remotely and streamed on our website. So people were able to follow that this morning. But yeah, I'm here, and I wanted to sort of follow up on what Jarle said earlier, sort of about how EEA law is enforced and how it all works in practice, and about the court, which is, of course, not every case comes to, but some of them do. Those who can't be sort of solved otherwise. And yeah, and like Thorfinn said, my name is Birgir Boas, and I'm a senior lawyer administrator at the court. I work in the registry of the court, and my job is more or less the general day-to-day case handling, and well, I tend to explain my job as I'm the guy who makes sure that the trains run on time, so to say, make sure that everything sort of goes smoothly. So in this presentation, I'd like to cover sort of three main topics. First one being the legal framework of the EFTA Court. And then secondly, I'll take a look at a few milestone judgments in the EFTA Court's case law. And then the third topic will be the relationship between the EFTA Court and the EU courts. So first, a little bit on the nature of the EEA agreement. As you probably heard multiple times today, if the EEA agreement could be summarized in one word, the word would be homogeneity. That means that the same rules need to apply in both pillars, on the EEA side or the EFTA side and the EU side, to make sure that you have one homogeneous economic area. The EEA agreement is sort of an agreement of public international law, but with a twist, like the court said in its Sveinbjörnsdóttir's judgment. It has sort of follow up on that. It is of course a little different than the sort of the EU treaties in the sense that the EFTA states did not transfer any sovereignty to the institution, or almost any. No legislative powers and supranational decision making. The small exception from that is mostly in the field of competition law. There's also no direct effect and primacy in EEA law, unlike can be found in EU law. Article 108 in Article 108 of the agreement. It states that the EFTA states shall establish a court of justice. This is, of course, referring to the EFTA court as we know it. And then in the surveillance and court agreement, the Article 27 provides for the establishment of the EFTA court. Also, like many people know, the original idea wasn't actually that there would be an EFTA court. The original idea was that there would be an EEA court. So composed of judges from the EEA states, as well as judges from the ECJ. This was, of course, deemed not compatible with the EU treaties by the Court of Justice, so people had to go back to the drawing board and change things up, and that is when the EFTA court was created. And the statute of the EFTA court, which sort of sets out sort of the general main principles of the functioning of the court, is found in, or it is the Protocol 5 of the Surveillance Court Agreement. And then you have like more or less the nitty-gritty rules or procedural rules. They are mostly found sort of fleshed out in our rules of procedure. These rules are set by the court itself, but is subject to the approval of the EEA states. We've recently revised our rules of procedure. This is the first full revision of the rules since the court's foundation. So it's been over a quarter of a century now. Of course, there have been minor changes done, but now this is the first time that the rules have been revised from top to bottom, so to say. And they're currently the rules are currently awaiting publication. in the official journal of the EU and the EEA supplement there too. And of course, after publication, it will then enter into force 3 months thereafter. A little about the court's jurisdiction. The court has jurisdiction to rule on the interpretation of the EEA agreement, and this, of course, includes all sort of acts referred to in the annexes, meaning the secondary legislation, the EU legislation. So more or less just the more or less EEA law in general, more or less. A little bit about the organization of the court. We have 3 judges at the court. One is nominated by each EFTA state. This does not, of course, mean that the judges need to be from those states. We had, until relatively recently, the judge nominated by Liechtenstein, Professor Karl Baudenbacher, he is, of course, Swiss, so there is no obligation that they need to be citizens of those states, but just nominated by them. We have, the court has a cabinet structure, so to say, meaning that unlike some courts like the European Court of Human Rights, where you have like a big pool of lawyers and assistants, each judge at the court has his or her own cabinet with the legal secretaries and assistants. And then you have like a horizontal registry that handles sort of the procedural issues and the administration of the court in general. The court has a total staff of around 20 people, sort of plus a few trainees. So we are quite small, considerably smaller than the EFTA Surveillance Authority. And unfortunately, I don't have a picture of the staff, so you'll just have to imagine us as the grey bureaucrats that we are, I guess. The working language of the court is English, and which helps a lot. And one of the most common questions that we get is about the average duration of our proceedings. The duration is usually between 8 and 12 months. So we have 2 kinds of cases that I'll go into a little bit later, but the advisory opinion cases that we have, they're usually the duration of them, their duration is usually between 8 and 11 months, and for direct action, the duration is normally 9 to 12 months. This is because there's an additional procedural step in the direct actions, which is not included in the advisory opinions, which makes sort of that procedure a little longer. But of course now this has probably been bumped, I would say, about a month because of COVID. A lot of the cases that we have now on our docket, additional or like extended deadlines for submitting observations has been granted. So I expect this to creep up a little bit when it comes to the cases that we are dealing with at the moment. Now, a bit into the cases. As Jale mentioned earlier, we have sort of these 2 main types of cases. One is the direct actions. These are actions that are brought directly to the court. These are cases that the court deals with sort of from A to Z. And sort of it splits mostly sort of into 2 parts or two types. The first is the infringement actions, which versus EFTA states. This is if normally if ESA thinks that any EFTA state is in breach of their obligations under the agreement, they can initiate an infringement action versus state. That's obviously sort of after going through its own procedure. But though also these cases can be brought, by other EFTA states, but this has never been done. It of course has a diplomatic sort of it's problematic diplomatically, of course, in the sense, and mostly it's understandable that even in cases where you can imagine that, for example, a Norwegian citizen who is having problems with Icelandic authorities and doesn't believe that they're sort of implementing EEA law correctly, instead of Norway launching an infringement action against Iceland, usually what happens is that they wait for the EFTA surveillance authority to do it for them rather than initiating it directly. This sort of saves it being a diplomatic incident, so to say. This has happened on the EU side, however. It's not common, but it has happened. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll see a case like that sometime in the future, but I think it's still unlikely. The second type of direct actions that we have are challenges against ESA decisions. Most of these are sort of most of these are sort of let's just say most of these are challenges against ESA's decisions, which are normally in the state aid category. We also have challenges against ESA, which are sort of less common, which are failure to act cases and liability cases. Article 31 of the Surveillance Court Agreement, which is the infringement action article, is modeled after Article 258 of the Treaty on the Function of the European Union. There is though a significant difference, and that is under EEA law there is no provision corresponding to Article 260, which means that there is no possibility for the EFTA Surveillance Authority to impose fines or for the court to impose fines. This sort of means that the court decisions in infringement actions mostly just function as a slap on the wrist. This in principle or in practice hasn't really mattered, even because it seems that the EEA states normally follow these judgments, even if it doesn't have financial repercussions. There's a significant amount of cases that are brought under Article 31, or these infringement cases, and then a bit fewer that come under Article 36 of the Surveillance Court Agreement, which corresponds to Article 263 TFEU, which are mostly on validity of ESA state aid decisions, like I mentioned earlier. There are a few in the that are competition related, but most of them are on state aid. Private applicants, companies, individuals, they can have standing in these cases. They can either initiate them by challenging an ESA decision or intervene in them. But the criteria for standing of private applicants in these cases, it's very strict. It's similarly strict as before the ECJ. So you have to have very direct interest to be able to have standing in these cases as a private applicant. The second type of cases that we have are probably the most important that we have, or most of them are, and that's our advisory opinion cases. These are cases where a national court in one of the EEA EFTA states stays its proceedings and decides to ask or submit questions to the EFTA court and request an advisory opinion on issues that are related directly to EEA law. This is usually done if sort of the core of the case, the core articles of law, like or sources of law that need to be interpreted, are EEA law, and then the question arises: who can request? Any court or tribunal in an EEA EFTA state can request an advisory opinion. This has been interpreted relatively sort of broadly, meaning what in the sense of what constitutes a court or tribunal. In Norway and Iceland, for example, there are a lot of administrative committees that have a judicial function, more or less. Even more so, it's more common in the Nordic countries than it is in the sort of average EEA, in average EU countries. So we have had in that context, this sort of what can constitute a court or tribunal has been interpreted slightly more broadly in the EEA context than in the EU one. And then the question is also when they should request. According to the Surveillance Court Agreement, the court should ask whenever it considers it necessary to be able to give the judgment on EEA related matter. And then the question is also how effective all of this is. They are almost always followed, but formally they are not binding. Article 34 on the advisory opinion procedure is modeled after the preliminary ruling procedure in the TFEU, notably Article 267. But like I said, the advisory opinions are, like the name suggests, advisory, and they are so they're not preliminary rulings, and that makes you ask if that matters in practice, that we don't have formally binding preliminary rulings. Most of the time not. Almost all of them are followed, but you do have exceptions. Most notably the STX case, case E211, and now more recently the Fosen-Linjen judgment in 1616, which then resulted in more or less that the appeals court requested an advisory opinion from the EFTA court. The advisory opinion was not followed quite blatantly, and then the case went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court of Norway referred the case again, requesting clarification on the preliminary or on the advisory opinion, and that resulted in the judgment in case 718, most often referred to as Fosen-Linjen 2. There is also an important difference in the sense that courts of last instance in the EFTA states are not obliged to refer questions to the EFTA court. This is, of course, a stark contrast with the situation in the European Union. This understanding has been clarified or enforced in the EFTA court's case law. For example, in case 1811, the Irish bank case, where the EFTA court stated that there is in particular no obligation on national courts to refer. They did, however, mention that there is this sort of indirect obligation to refer, and that has to do with the loyalty duty under Article 3 EEA. But how sort of this of course has no sort of effect in the sense that it doesn't in any way maybe sort of say put the screws to the national court. So I'm not sure how much this loyalty obligation under Article 3 EEA affects the decisions of the national courts. And now I'm gonna move briefly to a few sort of milestones in the EFTA court case law, and I'm going to start with probably the most important case of the EFTA court, that is case 997, the Sveinbjörnsdóttir case. People often say that if you're only going to read one judgment by the EFTA court, that this is it, this is the one you should read. In this case, sort of puts down sort of certain sort of fundamental approaches and rules as it relates to the agreement, and the main part of this judgment is that the EFTA court established the principle of state liability in EEA law, which was not included in the EEA agreement. So this is this is also sort of doubly important because you don't have any direct effect in EEA law. It's impossible for private individuals, companies, and so on to claim rights or like direct rights from either non-implemented or incorrectly implemented European law, sort of unlike you could do on the EU side, which means that the only possibility then for those private applicants or private individuals or companies would be to sort of to claim damages due to the incorrect or lack of implementation, and sort of that possibility is what the EFTA Court established in this judgment. So quite an important one. It's also noted that the conclusions did pave the way for the Court of Justice, concluding that the EEA constituted an extension to the market. So more or less, it was also important for the EFTA Court to signal to the ECJ that the EFTA Court would try to do it best, try to ensure homogeneity, and sort of make sure that that not only would the rules be the same, but sort of that they would be followed up on and enforced in a sort of similar fashion. And this is sort of this approach is sort of reiterated in the Oswald judgment of the EFTA Court, that one of the sort of the principal aims of the agreement sort of is to sort of make sure that the internal market sort of established in the European Union is extended fully to the EFTA states, and confirms or conform interpretation of the same interpretation, same approach in the enforcement is highly important in that regard. Another case which is at least sort of a probably one of, if not the most high profile case that we've had was the IceSafe case, case 1611. And this is at least definitely the high stakes infringement case that we've had. And that was a result of Iceland's banking crisis. After the financial crisis hit, or the collapse of the Icelandic banking system in late 2008. In that judgment, the EFTA Court found that Iceland was not obliged to ensure payment of the minimum guarantee, and that the directive only obliged the state to establish a deposit guarantee scheme and not guarantee the payments as a whole, and that the system was created to sort of for protection when it comes to the collapse of an individual institution, and not so when the entire banking system collapsed. This case may be one of the most sort of in this whole sort of effectiveness of EEA law context. This judgment is especially important because even if it was ESA initiating the case, the Netherlands and the UK had significant interest in the EFTA Court ruling the opposite way. But this ruling of the EFTA Court was never challenged by the EU. So it sort of shows the importance of having a credible EFTA pillar and and an EFTA Court that sort of is trusted and is sort of credible enough on the EU side, so that that you don't have these sort of these challenges or somebody saying this was only the EFTA Court, so to say. A little bit more on the relationship of the EFTA Court and the EU courts. the Article 6 of the EEA Agreement and Article 3 of the Surveillance Code Agreement state that the agreement should be interpreted in conformity with the relevant case law of the ECJ. The wording of these articles is a little different, and the approach and they touch on sort of a little bit different parts of the ECJ case law. Article 6 EEA is on that the agreement should be interpreted in conformity with the case law of the ECJ before the signing of the EEA agreement. And then Article 3 SCA that goes into that even only states that the court should take due account of the case law of the ECJ after the signing of the EEA agreement. This sort of distinction between these two sort of time periods is in reality very artificial, and the reason for that is just that we need to, in order to have a homogeneous EEA European Economic Area, you have to have the same interpretation of the law on both sides, in both pillars. And this leads us to what is referred to often as the rebuttable presumption. That is that the EEA law is interpreted in line with the corresponding provisions of EU law. There are of course sometimes differences in the scope and purpose of the EEA agreement and the EU treaties, for example, or just the legal situation in general. So you sometimes have a different interpretation, especially in specific circumstances, but they are quite rare. We have had some in most recently in the Campbell case 419 and the Yappi before. This was on sort of the on EU citizenship, as the citizenship directive was incorporated into the agreement, even if the treaty provisions don't exist. Treaty provisions on EU citizenship don't exist in the agreement like they do in the EU treaties. So this sort of caused a different sort of legal reality in the two pillars. And also, not noted here, we also have like very specific sort of EEA related issues. For example, in the field of sort of fisheries related instances, and we had in the marine harvest case, we had also on a case on sort of the competence of EASA to sort of survey and regulate state aid in the fish farming sector and so on. So you have these sort of fringe scenarios where the reality is just different, but most of the time you're dealing with exactly the same law, and it should be interpreted in exactly the same manner, whether you are on the EFTA side or the EU side. And this approach was, for example, stated in the Reinfurt towing case, where the EFTA court stated that without any specific circumstances being present, homogeneity should always prevail. This approach has also been endorsed by the Court of Justice on the other side, where in the Keller Holding case, the Court of Justice stated that both the court and the EFTA court have recognized the need to ensure that the rules of the agreement, which are identical in substance to those of the treaty, are interpreted uniformly. And then that brings us also to quite an interesting situation, which comes up quite regularly, is that that because the EFTA court is smaller and our case handling time is shorter, so when you have new pieces of EU legislation, it's not that uncommon that the EFTA court has to deal with the question before the ECJ does. And that sort of meaning that the EFTA court has nothing to sort of look at or refer to when it delivers its judgment. And And that brings us to sort of even further and to the question that what happens when there is a divergence. In other words, what happens when the EFTA court deals with the question before the ECJ or the CJEU, and then so the EFTA court comes to a conclusion, and then later the same question comes to the ECJ and it reaches a different conclusion. And this is exactly what happened in the L'Oreal case, which was a trademark related case. And in that case, the EFTA court stated that in those circumstances where the EFTA court decides in one way and then the ECJ decides to go in a different direction, in subsequent cases, the EFTA court has to sort of interpret EEA law in line with the new case law of the ECJ, and that's regardless of whether the EFTA court has previously ruled on the question. Meaning that even if, meaning that the EFTA court will change its own precedents to follow the ECJ. And this is not something that sort of weakens the EFTA court or it's sort of standing, but it is just that the objective of uniform interpretation is so fundamental that you need to that you need to ensure homogeneity. That this is something that just absolutely has to be done. That we can't have different interpretations on either side of the or in either pillar. But that of course doesn't change the fact that sort of if there are compelling grounds to take a different approach or interpret differently because the EEA context is different, like for example in the Campbell case, it doesn't exclude that possibility. In the Campbell case, the court stated that its judgment in Yapi was based on specific legal context of the EEA, and that the court's interpretation of the directive must take into account that context. And that even though sort of the ECJ sort of in further cases or in cases after, for example, because you had the Yapi case where the EFTA court took a different interpretation to the ECJ as regards the citizenship directive because there was a lack of treaty provision. That even if sort of the ECJ had followed its own line thereafter, it didn't change the fact that sort of in subsequent case law, for example, in the Campbell case, the EFTA court kept going in its own direction. And just to be clear, it was more or less this case these cases concerned the possibility, because in its OMB case law, the ECJ had more or less stated that the citizenship directive did not sort of provide certain rights, but the EU citizens could get those rights from the treaty provisions on EU citizenship. And because the EFTA court and because in the EEA context you didn't have those treaty provisions, you couldn't EEA citizens couldn't derive any right from those. So the EFTA court found that in the EEA context, EFTA citizens could rely on the directive and to get the same rights or similar rights as the citizens on the EU side, because the citizenship directive had to be interpreted in this sort of this context, and that homogeneity was sort of something that needed to be ensured, and so that you wouldn't have a situation where a Norwegian moving to Sweden would have a different right than a Swede moving to Norway, for example. A little bit now on the judicial dialogue between the sort of the EU courts and the EFTA court. the EFTA court case law, as I mentioned, that sort of this, it's important to have a respected EFTA court, and it sort of has also been shown in sort of that the EU courts, and particularly the Advocate Generals, they cite EFTA court case law quite frequently, and even sort of it even has, like you see here on the slide, that there's even been called a sort of the unique judicial dialogue that the courts have. And here you have, like I said, have a few cases where the court has been or the EFTA court has been cited by the ECJ. The case that has probably been cited the most, and the sort of let's just say has had the most effect, that's the case 300. It's EFTA versus Norway. This is the so-called Kellogg's judgment, which some of you may have heard of, where it was about the precautionary principle, and this is probably the judgment which has had the most effect on sort of subsequent ECJ case law. And this is and what has been cited by the ECJ, and not just sort of mentioned, but more or less that the ECJ subsequently followed the approach that was put forward by the EFTA court. And then you have the Inconsult judgment, also been referred to a couple of times, and the ski taxi, which was about the restriction of competition by object. That's also been cited by the Advocate General. And now I wanted to sort of conclude by just mentioning, we're talking a little bit about sort of important pending cases. I talked about this a little bit in the beginning, but case 820, we had a hearing this case last fall in November, and this is sort of the first NAF related case. This is probably the most extensive advisory opinion or request for advisory opinion that the court has ever received. It included 16 questions from the referring court, which is the Supreme Court of Norway, and that's being sort of dealt with now. And of course, that you have had follow-ups or other cases that are related to it, but not directly, like the one that we heard this morning that I mentioned before, 1320, and then another one, 1520. So which will have a hearing in March. So and then maybe one case that is absolutely worth mentioning, that is the Telenor case, the 1220. That is probably the biggest direct action case that we have had at the court. That was it's a case that was brought by Telenor to challenge ESA's decision to impose a fine of 112 million euros due to sort of competition law breaches, it just sort of shows the volume that even the ESA's decision, which is being challenged, is over 300 pages long. So this is going to be quite a long case, and of course, when it comes to the timeline in this case, it's going to be quite different than in the normal direct action case, because almost every procedural deadline has been and probably will be extended, because just the submissions have to be that voluminous. Oh, well, thank you.
Well, thank you, Birgir Boasson. If you can stick around for a few minutes, because we have a few questions, actually, to both of you, to ESA and the EFTA court. Maybe we should then start with ESA. Jarle, you're still there. So the question is, what's the main difference regarding the competences of ESA compared to the ones of the EU Commission? For example, there is no provision in the EEA agreement that is comparable to Article 106(3) in the treaty, EU treaty. Are there any other examples?
Right, thanks for that. So I think it's just to refer back to the beginning of my presentation. I mentioned that that ESA is not a legislator. Its main role is to ensure compliance with the EEA agreement. So, I mean, compared to the EU, the Commission, for example, is part of the EU's legislature. ESA is not. So we don't develop or implement policies and laws. So in a nutshell, our role is compliance. On the other hand, there are occasions where we do need to adopt decisions which are a bit more general, for example, in financial services. But in those instances, legislation is specifically adopted on incorporation into the EEA agreements, into the annexes of the EEA agreement. Thanks.
Thank you, Jarle. Birgit, do you have anything to add to this, or?
No, I think
all right.
It's nothing from the court side on that.
Yeah. Then we have a court question, we can say. The Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU has not been implemented into the EEA law. How does the EFTA Court deal with cases in which the claimant alleges a violation of fundamental rights?
That's a good question. I mean, how it's mostly been dealt with is that all the EFTA states are members of the European Convention on Human Rights, and the EFTA Court has sort of has referred to the provisions of the European Convention on Human Rights sort of as sort of fundamental principles or EEA principles that sort of are sort of our sources of law in EEA law. So it's sort of even if it hasn't been adopted through the charter or the charter, it's sort of it's still part of the EEA legal order.
Okay, there's another one here. In your opinion, does a private arbitration tribunal constitute a court or tribunal in the context of Article 34 SEA, in contrast to the case law of the ECJ?
Like I said, this is obviously not for me to decide, but I would think it's highly unlikely. It would have to be a public entity. I'm guessing that you can't sort of set up an arbitrary tribunal and so it would have to be. I would at least assume that it would have to be a sort of arbitration that is set up under a public purpose. At least, but of course, like I said, this is something that I can't really answer. But I would find sort of a classic sort of commercial arbitration and so on. I find highly unlikely that such a tribunal could refer.
All right, I think you have even one more just jumping in right now. Is there a reluctance for courts in EEA EFTA states to refer questions to the EFTA Court under Article 34(2) SEA, even where questions on EEA law arise? Is a national case law in Norway, Iceland, Liechtenstein, which obliges their courts to refer questions to the EFTA Court where EEA law is in question?
Sort of no. I mean, there is no obligation. I mean, and the obligation is not in the agreement, and no state has sort of set that up individually and sort of forced the court's hand. And I mean, you could say that there is at least sort of a reluctance. I mean, let's just say that the amount of cases where there are advisory opinions are requested in the EFTA states versus the preliminary reference cases that you have on the EU side. I mean, there is sort of there is a per capita significant sort of discrepancy in between. So you have considerably more cases on the EU side where you have this obligation to refer. So yeah, I mean, you could say that there is a sort of a slight reluctance, but of course, and then you have like these periods, sort of unexplained sort of periods where you have a few cases coming from a certain country, and then you feel like maybe the floodgates are opened a little bit, and then you have a period where there's a lot of cases. I mean, some of it might be just statistical variance, because I mean, of course, the countries are relatively small, and you have, of course, you can have a year or two where there's a lot of EEA-related cases, and then a few years where there are fewer. But it's an interesting question. But like I said, I mean, statistically, you can just say that on the EFTA side, there are fewer cases sort of than on the EU side because there isn't a duty to refer.
Thank you. Maybe one last question to both of you, and Jarle maybe first, because both of you have mentioned, of course, the COVID and what we are dealing with, and your institutions are dealing with on a high scale. Maybe there's not a very specific answer to this, but some wonder if the benchmark has been sort of moved because of necessity, because of urgency, and because of unprecedented circumstances. How do you see that? I mean, you mentioned state aid, for instance, and your institution has been dealing with that a lot, of course.
No, of course. I mean, we operate now, under the temporary framework, which was put into motion last year. But I wouldn't say that the benchmarks have been pushed. What you have instead is a massive increase of number of state aid cases that has to be decided upon by ESA coming from the member states, and the amount. So it's more the amount of cases that have been pushed. ESA still has to carry out due diligence in all of these state aid cases, because you don't want to end up in a situation where, for example, a member state has launched a support scheme for all its artists, and in a couple of months someone discovers a mistake in that state aid scheme, and all these artists would then have to pay back the support they have received. So for us, it's really important to ensure that due diligence is there, and that it's in according to the state aid rules of the EEA agreement.
Yes. Did you have anything to add to this, Birgir?
I mean, not a lot. Of course, these sort of state aid issues, and they haven't really reached the court, to be honest. I mean, this sort of increase in state aid because of the pandemic and sort of the necessity, like you mentioned, of course, sort of this has to be, I mean, dealt with by ESA, and then sort of you have this dialogue between the state, and then in the case things aren't resolved, then it comes to the EFTA court, sort of, or if the ESA has a decision and somebody from that state wants to challenge it and so on. So you have to, the ESA process has to be finalized before it can reach the court. So we're not sort of, the court isn't really in that stage yet. We don't have any of those cases on our docket. The only thing sort of that I can say sort of from a COVID-related court perspective is that is more or less that we sort of had this sort of semi-force majeure approach to sort of extending our procedural deadlines. For example, we didn't have anything in our rules of procedure that sort of allowed us to extend the deadlines. The deadlines were supposed to be sort of, they are prescribed, and there is no sort of leeway for the court to extend them. But of course, because of COVID, especially during the first lockdowns, when everybody was very shaken with everything and people hadn't adapted properly, we took like the approach, sort of a bit of a sort of a necessity, or like a force majeure sort of approach because of the pandemic, and extended procedural deadlines, even if we had no sort of base for it. So that's more or less the only thing that's come to us when it comes to that.
Okay, thank you both to you, Jarl and Birgir. So thanks a lot for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And one more institution that has its existence because of the EEA agreement is the EFTA Statistical Office, also in Luxembourg. And actually the ESO, as we call it, EFTA Statistical Office, it's celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. And it has an extensive cooperation with Eurostat and also with other countries outside of the EEA. So we have with us here the director of the EFTA Statistical Office, Mr. Volker Teupe. So Volker, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, first of all, a warm welcome also from my side, from cold Luxembourg here. I think I'm just going to start immediately with a short overview on what I'm going to talk about. So first, as Torfinn already mentioned, I will address a little bit about our anniversary here, the 30 years EFTA Statistical Office in Luxembourg. Then I will talk about the importance of statistics in evidence-based policymaking, which is actually, of course, the reason why we are also part of the EEA Agreement. Then I will look into a little bit more detail of the article that defines statistics as a policy area in the EEA Agreement, Article 76, and Protocol 30, as well as the respective annex that define which roles we are taking in statistics and the statistical laws that are very important for the homogenization of statistics and the comparison that statistics serve them. And finally, I will say something about the statistics in the European Economic Area as related to the European statistical system, which is then the body in which the statistical laws are also discussed and decided. So with this, we're going to start off first with the 30 years anniversary of the EFTA Statistical Office. Well, as you might know, or also not, we are here in the same building as Eurostat, so we have actually very short communication paths to our colleagues in Eurostat. So we consider that as a very practical arrangement, of course, because we are on a day-to-day basis really in touch with colleagues from Eurostat. Actually, currently we are 6 people here in the office itself, so like 4 fixed and 2 trainees. And in addition, we also provide 2 seconded national experts to Eurostat, so that makes a total 8, if you want. Well, the Statistical Office was founded in 91, actually as a liaison office with regard to the developing European statistical system in order to make sure that the EFTA member states are always included in the development of the evolving European statistical system. Actually, there are 2 main branches where the EFTA Statistical Office is active. The first one is following up statistical legislation, which is relevant for the EEA Agreement, and the preparation for the integration of these legal acts into the EEA Agreement. So we do that, of course, together in cooperation with our colleagues from Brussels. The second branch in which the EFTA Statistical Office is also active is what we call statistical technical cooperation with third countries. This is mainly about capacity building in third countries around Europe. And we are working here together with, of course, Eurostat as one of our main partners, or the main partner, but also with institutions like the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. So just that as a short description of what the EFTA Statistical Office is actually doing here, where we are, and what it is about. So right now I would like to turn to the main topic, that's the importance of statistics in evidence policy making. Well, of course, I mean, politicians find themselves quite often in the situation as the lady here on the left side. So the problem is that what do you actually know about the world outside, and what could be an appropriate policy measure in order to deal with it and to, well, influence it or to have an impact on certain parts of what you want to influence, for example. So, and then the idea here is that this is like a bunch of cogs and wheels that work into each other. So you have the evidence, and the evidence, of course, drives then also the policy process. So, but in order to be informed about what is actually the evidence, well, statistics comes into play, because one of the main group of users are policymakers. So statistics inform policymakers also about societal phenomena where they want to intervene, for example, where the laws that are discussed should also intervene. But it's also a tool which allows for controlling the ongoing processes. So are the measures that have been taken effective? Do we see any impact, any results on what has been decided? So this is, of course, then a current continuous feedback mechanism, I would say, where statistics also provides on a continuous level the information to policymakers about the relevance of the actions that have been taken up. So just to sum that quickly up, well, statistics allow, of course, for decisions, political decisions also, that are based on factual knowledge and not on guessing. And in this regard, well, statistics provide empirical evidence, information about the world outside based on experience, knowledge gained in experience also. And well, it's not only for policymakers, of course, this is one of the main user groups, but it serves also the general public. And the idea here is that you have in democracies, of course, a discourse, a societal discourse about certain phenomena. And statistics aim to be like an impartial provider of reliable information about the real world, or the empirical evidence that is there outside, in order to inform all parties in society. In order to do so, well, statistics has to compare quite a lot. And this is not only within a country, so for example, between regions of a country or so, but it's also on an international level. So statistics is always relative to something. We compare, and from that we conclude also where we stand with regard to where others stand. And it's from this it becomes also evident that in order to achieve comparability, we need, of course, internationally agreed harmonized methods which allow us to produce the key figures on economic, social, and environmental phenomena that we want to address, also in the EEA Agreement, of course. But what are the legal basis then about the points that I raised here? As I mentioned already in the beginning, there is Article 76, which is, of course, central and relevant for that, because, well, it defines that the contracting parties, the EU member states, the Commission, and the EFTA member states, ensure the production and dissemination of coherent and comparable statistical information. This is, of course, relevant for every discussion that our countries have concerning any market phenomenon, for example. How to understand what is going on, where are we actually, and where do we want to go? So these are the basic informations that are provided. As Article 2 here, the paragraph 2 defines, to this end, the contracting parties should develop and harmonized methods, definitions, and classifications. All of this, the harmonized methods, definitions, and classifications are discussed among statisticians, chief statisticians, and also, of course, the respective desk officers in the European statistical system. So I will come back to that later at the end of my presentation, the European statistical system, and we'll say something about the role that the EFTA member states play within this ESS, the European statistical system. As also mentioned before already, Annex 21 contains the specific provisions, the laws on statistics. Here it is clearly stated, fixed in law-wise regulation, how statistics have to be produced, how they have to be, for example, aggregated, what are the elements that have to be taken into account, etc., in order to assure the comparability amongst all the states. And Protocol 30 finally contains the specific provisions on the organization and cooperation in the field of statistics, where it is said, for example, that EFTA member states are to be considered as full members in the European statistical systems without the right to vote, of course, but they have also possibilities to influence in earlier stages the legislative process here. In this regard, I should mention also the working group meetings to which the experts of the statistical offices of the EFTA member states, in which they participate. And here, I mean, every country, of course, has a say in the discussion on methods, nomenclatures, etc., that are essential for the production of statistics. So here it's just repeated once more in detail. So the Protocol 30 specifies that the EFTA states participate fully without the right to vote in EC committees. Without the right to vote is of course correct, but it's even the case that the EFTA member states are heard when a decision is formally taken in the ESSC, the European Statistical System Committee. So after there is the formal vote of the EU member states, then usually the chair addresses the EFTA states, first the EEA member states, and then they give their opinion if they are in favor or against whatever has to be decided, or if they abstain. And then similar after that also with the Switzerland. So because the Swiss are also member of the European statistical system, but not of course through the EEA agreement because they are not member here, but through the bilateral agreement through which Switzerland participates in the European statistical system. And as I mentioned already, well, the Annex 21 lists the legal acts that are important for the production of statistics in EEA. Yeah, and finally, of course, I would like also to say a little bit about the European statistical system. Well, the ESS is the partnership between the statistical offices of the European Union and the EFTA member states. So, and as I mentioned before, 3 of the EFTA member states are bound into the ESS by means of the EEA agreement, whereas Switzerland is bound into the European statistical system by means of the bilateral agreement. But anyway, all 4 member states of EFTA are fully members of the European statistical system. And yeah, with this actually I'm almost through, but I would like to point out also that we have assembled quite a lot of information on the EFTA website under the tab of the EFTA Statistical Office. There you find, besides information like reports, also actual news of statistical offices from the EFTA member states and of Eurostat, of course. And you also find some smaller publications that we here also prepared in the EFTA Statistical Office. For example, the latest publication that we did was one on COVID-19 mortality rates between Switzerland, Norway, and selected other European countries. So I would like to invite you also to have a look at the website and the publications that we've placed there, as well as also follow, of course, our Twitter account, where we also try to provide always relevant and actual up-to-date information about what's going on, statistics, what new events are to be organized, etc., etc. Yeah, and with this, I think I'm coming to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Volker. Yes, of course, people should follow you on Twitter. You just launched that in January. But there are a couple of questions in the chat room. So here's the first one. Is it possible to achieve truly subjective data analysis? How do you work to ensure that the data analysis remains as subjective as possible?
Subjective or objective? I would guess objective.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, subjective is easy to do. But no, I guess this means like objective. I mean, the point is, of course, that, as I mentioned before, we have our common methodologies, nomenclatures, and while we discuss also how to measure certain phenomena. And that means we are trying to coordinate how we approach certain things. I mean, meanwhile, there is agreement, for example, let's say, how we're going to measure about productivity. This is, of course, discussed in a national accounts context. You know, what is a gross domestic product, for example. In a similar vein, we define then, well, unemployment rates. You know, of course, I mean, these are all definitions. That means you have to look really into sometimes the description, the subject matter, in order to make sure that we measure what we want to measure. And still we have sometimes discussion of, do we really grasp everything that is important? And so, I mean, this is also an ongoing process that we try to improve continuously the production of figures. But I think that what statistics produce, of course, are a lot of core figures also in economics and so on which policymakers rely already for decades.
Okay, thank you. Then there's a question here. It's twofold, sort of. I think the first part is more relevant. You have already explained the EEA part, but the first part is, does the EFTA Statistical Office engage in the trade statistics exchange between the 4 EFTA states and its free trade partners?
No, actually, we don't produce any data ourselves. What we do here, I mean, we're doing very little statistical production ourselves. What we mainly do as a liaison office is, of course, we have a look on the databases of Eurostat. So through the EEA agreement, for example, it's been also fixed that there are certain obligations of our member states so as to deliver data in various statistical areas to Eurostat. These data are then also saved in the Eurostat central database and publicly available. On the other side, Eurostat is obliged to use this data of the member states for publications that they do usually on equal path, on equal footing with the EU member states. And we here have, for example, also the role to check regularly if Eurostat fulfills also this obligation of using EFTA data in Eurostat publications.
And to follow up on that, is it subject to if there are items that fall out of the scope of the EEA? I mean, if there are statistical tables about something that the EEA is not about, does Eurostat then not include the EEA EFTA states? Or
right, exactly. There are areas which are not part of the EEA agreement where the countries are also not obliged to deliver. I mean, one area I could spontaneously mention here is, for example, all data that is used for the excessive deficit procedure, EDP. So this is more for the euro area, for example, in order to check if the states comply with what has been defined for the EU countries that are part of the euro area. Well, since our countries, of course, are not part of the euro area, well, this is not relevant for us. So our member states don't provide such data. but just to hook on that part, because of in the last question I forgot to mention also, well, trade data, because that was explicitly demanded there. Trade data is delivered by our member states directly also to Eurostat. There are actually some differences also, because currently there is the idea within or amongst EU member states that they could do something like what they call intrastat. The idea is that you only need then the exporting declaration, because by definition that should be symmetric to the importing side. But okay, I don't want to get too much into detail on these kind of things here. But the trade data is delivered and is saved in the Eurobase.
Indeed, and actually we can add to this that, for instance, in our annual report we have many pages with EFTA member states data compared to the rest of the world and trading partners, and of course we enjoy your team to gather that kind of data. That's also, it's not only about the EEA, it's a broader EFTA business as well.
Unfortunately, this data is not always coming from our side. We could provide that, yes, we could provide it from Eurobase, but I think that this data is quite often coming from the World Trade Organization that is used there. Yeah.
So, Volker, thanks a lot for your contribution.
Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.
So we are coming close to the end of the seminar. There are a couple of questions I might try to answer myself. Briefly, at least. There's one here. How does the EFTA Secretariat accommodate the Swiss bilateral relations with the EU and the Swiss role within EFTA? So this is basically, in short, the EFTA Secretariat does not manage in any way the Swiss bilateral relations or the Swiss bilateral agreements with the EU. That is done bilaterally between the two. This may sometimes sound a bit complicating for the external world, but this is the way it's being done. But the Swiss have, as has been mentioned many times today, they've been extremely active member of EFTA since the founding of the EFTA in 1960. And are very important member, of course, and committed. So this is in short how this is distinguished. So the free trade, global free trade agreements that you can find on our website as well, those are not part of the EEA, but Switzerland is of course part of those. There was a question about EFTA membership somewhere in the past, whether other members could join. I might try to share my screen to show you our website. I don't know what you see now. No, this is the Twitter account. It's the other screen. Here it is. So on our website, this is the way the website looks, the front page. And if you hover over here about EFTA, you go straight to the European Free Trade Association, and there you find the main agreements like the EFTA Convention, the EEA Agreement. And if you go to the EFTA Convention, you here have all the annexes and protocols and everything. There is an article number 56, and it's quite simple. Any state may accede to this convention provided that the Council, that's the EFTA Council, decides to approve its accession on such terms and conditions as may be set out in that decision. The instrument of accession shall be deposited with the depository, which shall notify all other member states. This convention shall enter into force in relation to an acceding state on the date indicated in that decision. This sounds, of course, very open, and in practical terms, this would have to be negotiated simply. There is no official enlargement policy like the EU has, so this is simply dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And I think I should have. And then the global trade relations I mentioned are found here under this. And there you have the free trade map and all the partners that we have agreements with or are in negotiations with globally. Today, EFTA has agreements with 40 partners around the globe, apart from the EU. So, and then the EEA is here in the middle, where you find everything about the EEA. And so I encourage you to do that. And earlier today, we had the EEA web tool. It's on the top here. You simply click on there and you find the video. And also this wonderful tool here. It's in 4 languages: English, Icelandic, Norwegian, and German. And so it's a sort of an in-depth, more content-wise on how the steps are taken, how EU law becomes EEA law. The video is kind of a rapid overview, but here you have all the different steps, and you can always click on more information for each single step, and then what is behind it pops up here nicely. So we can find this in these 4 languages, and of course we encourage you to use this if you are ever doing research or if you need to present something to others. So feel free to use whatever you find there. There's a new question here. Is there some information you could share with us regarding the future FTA between UK and the EFTA states? This is not a timely question at the moment because actually Switzerland has already made a deal with the UK, and the others are doing so. So we cannot at the moment say that we have anything on the future FTA between EFTA as a bloc. But this is, of course, of highest priority for the EFTA states because the UK is an important, extremely important trading partner with all the EFTA states. So I think we can actually wrap this seminar. It's already 3:30, and I thank you all, of course, for your participation. We had some hundreds of participants here, probably a record. So we can say that thanks to COVID and everybody is at home by their computers, maybe we have more audience, but of course we are looking forward to receiving some of you in our premises when that kicks off again. Actually, EFTA Secretariat and the EFTA Surveillance Authority and the Financial Mechanism Office, the EEA and Norway grants, are moving in the same building this year, actually next month, even though we hardly can move in there, but in principle we are moving next month. So we are looking forward to holding our seminars there in the near future after restrictions will be a little less than today. But I thank all the speakers, of course, also for their contributions, every single one of them. It's been great, and the audience that sent us comments, really nice to have so many questions. If there were some questions that we didn't manage to reply to, we will do so in writing. And last but not least, I thank my team, Georg, Rafael, and Georgia for being here behind my scene and making sure everything went so smoothly. So thank you all, and have a nice end of the afternoon.